Worried about being exposed to this virus and potentially bringing it back to my home and my family. I'm going to continue going to work day in and day out and providing help to those that need it.
We look out for the helpers because they look out for us.
Thank you, first responders. Thank you, first responders.
Thank you, first responders. Love you. Mwah.
Be safe, look after yourself, and look after one another. Thanks.
Learn how you can help first responders in your community by texting BRAVE to 24365.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Michael Toscano. President Trump says he's already looking past Friday's one-on-one meeting with Russia's Vladimir Putin on Ukraine.
We're going to meet with, I would say, the second meeting. If the first one goes okay, we'll have a quick second one. I would like to do it almost immediately, and we'll have a quick second meeting between President Putin and President Zelensky and myself if they'd like to have me there.
Trump also warned Russia would face what he called severe consequences if it does not halt its invasion. Remaining flash flood warnings have expired in parts of Tennessee after tragic flooding.
Officials in Chattanooga have recovered a fourth body following heavy rains and flooding Tuesday night. They believe the man took off running and mistakenly ran into a flooded creek. He joins a mother, father, and their child who were killed when a tree fell on the car they were in. Chattanooga Mayor Tim Kelly.
We want to make sure that folks stay safe throughout the coming days if there's any additional rainfall. I will say that was the second highest rainfall total in the city's history.
He says the flooding prompted more than 400 emergency calls from residents for help. Matt Piper, CBS News.
New sandbag-style barriers held back flooding in Juneau, Alaska after a glacier ice dam released rainwater and snowmelt. CBS's Carter Evans.
You can see the floodwater reach the top of the barriers that they've been building with the Army Corps of Engineers. Now, it's come close to some homes, and authorities do expect some minor flooding. The key right now is that those flood barriers have to hold until the water recedes.
In Salt Lake City, Nicholas Rossi, accused of faking his death and fleeing the U.S. to evade rape charges, has been found guilty of sexually assaulting a former girlfriend in the first of his two Utah trials. The United Nations is having difficulty getting nations to agree on a treaty limiting plastic production and pollution. BBC News climate reporter Esme Stalliard says everyone is affected.
I've been speaking with a number of scientists over the course of the last couple of weeks and couple of years, really, while these negotiations have been going on. And they all say the same things. Plastic pollution is transboundary. You could be someone that has never used plastic in your life, highly unlikely, but it will still likely be in your body, it will be in the water that you use, in the air that you breathe, and that's just because we produce now so much of it.
Taylor Swift says her new album, Life of a Showgirl, with songs she wrote while on her Eras tour, will be released October 3rd.
I wanted to do an album that was so focused on quality and on the theme and everything fitting together like a perfect puzzle, that these 12 songs for my 12th album, I feel like we achieved that.
Audio from Travis Kelce's podcast from Wondery New Heights. This is CBS News.
Progressive Insurance, with insurance for cars, home, boat, motorcycles, RVs, and commercial vehicles at 1-800-PROGRESSIVE and Progressive.com.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have Leaf Filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
That's leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today. See representative for warranty details. Promotion is 20% off plus a 10% senior or military discount. One discount per household.
Change.
No.
A better life with Dr. Sanjay Gupta.
Making friends as an adult can be really hard, and for men in particular.
It can feel challenging to open up to other men. Sure, you might have someone you work out with or a coworker you grab drinks with after you leave the office, but how close are you really? One expert told us that talking about your friendship with another man might mean pushing through some awkwardness. But think of it this way. If you want to get muscles, you have to work out. If you want to have good friendships, you have to work for them. That means letting your friends know that you value them. Yes, by using those words, I value you. Every now and then ditch the group hang for some one-on-one time so you can have maybe a more meaningful conversation with someone and deepen that bond. Opening up is a sign of trust and is going to encourage your friend probably to do the same thing. I'm Dr. Sanjay Gupta, helping you live a better life.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my site softer?
Can I make my site firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. It's the Sleep Number biggest sale of the year. All beds on sale. Up to 50% off the limited edition smart bed, plus free home delivery with the purchase of any smart bed. Ends Monday. All Sleep Number smart beds offer temperature solutions for your best sleep. Check it out at a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com today.
Millions of Americans take medicine like Ozempic and Zepbound. Many of them are overpaying by thousands of dollars a year. These GLP-1 medications for diabetes, weight loss, and more may not always be covered by your insurance, but GoodRx can help. GoodRx helps you save every month on prescriptions at over 70,000 pharmacies nationwide. Best of all, it's free to use. Check GoodRx to save on GLP-1s. Just go to goodrx.com/GLP. That's goodrx.com/GLP. GoodRx is not insurance, but can be used instead of insurance.
The latest from around the corporate world. It's time for Fortune Business on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
A 15-year-old just sold the rights to a card game that he invented at age 7, and it's brought in millions. I'm Jeff Colvin of Fortune magazine with the Fortune Business Update. Alex Butler was 7 years old when he created a game called Taco versus Burrito. In its first year selling on Amazon, it made $1.1 million. Now, after overseeing the game's empire with his parents, Butler has sold the rights to Play Monster, whose other well-known products include Spirograph, Farkle, and Yeti in My Spaghetti. Terms of the deal were not announced, but Taco vs. Burrito, which retails for $20 on Amazon, has sold 1.5 million copies so far. Butler says his creation was never really something he wanted to keep going. His interests now have shifted to music production, sports, and video games. I'm Jeff Colvin.
The Johns Hopkins Health Minute, now on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
At Johns Hopkins, I'm Elizabeth Tracy. Good quality regular sleep is vital to your health, with many studies finding that when it's not, you are at higher risk for a range of health consequences. Johns Hopkins sleep expert Charlene Gamaldo says you should be asked about your sleep quality whenever your health is being assessed.
It really should be a vital sign. Right up there with taking that blood pressure is assessing a mini screener for sleep. We have been really pushing that. I think we've gotten pretty far in 20 years because it's only been since the 70s that sleep has been recognized as a discipline. Still right now, most U.S. medical school graduates get between 0 to 2 hours of sleep education. So it's really hard for physicians outside of a sleep specialist to be able to hone in on that if they've never gotten training.
Gamaldo says that if you're experiencing poor sleep and your provider doesn't ask about it, it is perfectly appropriate for you to bring it up as a health concern. At Johns Hopkins, I'm Elizabeth Tracy.
Donors choose. Support a classroom.
Build a future.
Did you know that every year, public school teachers spend nearly $500 of their own money for student supplies? Let's do the math. That comes out to over $1.2 billion a year. And that's just not right. At Donors Choose, we want students and teachers to have the tools they need for a great education. And now, more than ever, they need your help. Here's what you can do. Go to DonorsChoose.org and choose from teachers' requests that support reading, math, science, history, and more. Once a request is funded, we'll take care of shipping everything directly to the teacher. It's that easy. You'll receive thank you letters and photos from students and teachers and a report of how every dollar was spent. Teachers' needs have never been greater. Learn more at DonorsChoose.org.
Donors Choose. Support a classroom.
Build a future.
Selling your home is a numbers game. The more potential buyers who see it, the greater the opportunity to sell. And when your home is listed on Smart MLS, more than 21,000 realtors see it, and so do all their buyers. Suddenly, the number of people looking at your home starts to grow by a lot. More realtors sharing your listing, more people seeing your home, more offers coming in, and maybe even more cash in your pocket. Smart move, right? Ask your realtor, is my house on Smart MLS? Smart MLS, the smart way to sell your home.
Looking for Michelin tires at the guaranteed lowest price? Get to Town Fair Tire. Michelin's innovative technologies are designed for durability and performance over any of the toughest road conditions, so you can trust you're getting the highest quality tires. And Town Fair's been a name you can trust since 1967. Now with over 120 locations and still growing, because nobody beats a Town Fair Tire deal. Nobody.
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Speed limit ride right now on the Parkway if you're heading southbound. You see some delays in Norwalk on the Connecticut Turnpike northbound through the construction zone. Fairfield County traffic every 10 minutes on WICC.
Warm and humid through this afternoon. There will be scattered showers and thunderstorms. The high in the upper 80s and a breeze out of the south. Showers or thunderstorms end this evening, clearing after midnight with a low in the upper 60s to near 70. Friday, sunny and warm, less humid with a high in the mid-80s. Saturday, sunny and warm with a high again in the mid-80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
WICC 695.9. Connecticut Lottery Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
State Senator Ryan Fazio is officially launching his campaign for Connecticut governor. The Greenwich Republican announced his bid through a video posted to his social media pages yesterday.
Connecticut is a great state with great people. It's time for leadership that lives up to both. I'm Ryan Fazio, and I'm running for governor because this state is my home, and I refuse to just sit back and watch the decline.
Fazio was first elected to the state Senate in 2021, representing the district that includes the communities of Greenwich, Stamford, and New Canaan. He and Westport First Selectwoman Jen Tooker are the only Republicans who have shared formal plans to seek the office next year. New Britain Mayor Aaron Stewart is also in the mix and has raised more than $300,000 in small contributions to gain an early advantage.
It's another thing when you have a candidate who's running for the right reasons to make a true difference in the state of Connecticut, who has a record of winning.
The GOP is looking to unseat Governor Lamont, who has served 2 terms and has had consistently high poll ratings since the COVID-19 pandemic. The governor has not said whether he will seek re-election, saying he will announce his decision late this summer or early fall.
Maybe it's a time where experience makes a difference. That's not a yes or a no, though. That's a way of saying I'm thinking about it seriously. I'm thinking about it with Susan. I'm thinking about it with Andy Lamont.
Connecticut's community college system is ranked 14th nationally, according to the website Wallet Hub. The survey is based on factors including cost, student-faculty ratio, graduation rates, and postgraduate earnings. Other New England systems in the top 20 are New Hampshire, ranked 9th, and Massachusetts at 19th. The beaches in Bridgeport were closed yesterday due to high levels of bacteria in the water. City leaders announced the closure on social media yesterday. They say the bacteria levels are influenced by the weather, and the city does regular testing. Beaches statewide have faced frequent closures for similar reasons all summer long, and Ansel Aristed from the Department of Energy and Environmental Protection said that the decision to close a swimming area often comes down to 2 factors.
Animal waste and rainfall. That rain isn't able to just soak into the ground, so it sheets off the surface a lot of the times because there's so much of it in such a short period of time. And when it sheets off the surface, well, now it's going to be picking up those contaminants, some of which are going to be the pet waste and the waterfowl waste.
Officials plan to share another announcement once the water is safe for swimming. A Stamford dog shelter is getting a little financial boost from country star Miranda Lambert. The singer's Mutt Nation Foundation has chosen Lucky Dog Refuge as one of this year's grant recipients through the Mutts Across America program. The organization selects one shelter in each state to receive a $5,000 grant every year through the initiative. Lucky Dog Refuge focuses on caring for canines that need medical attention and other immediate support. For the Voice of Connecticut, WICC, I'm John Kamal.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Stop and go northbound on the Connecticut Turnpike. This is through Norwalk, approaching 16, through that construction area. Not bad southbound. Actually, not bad on the Parkway right now either. It's speed limit. Route 825A connector. They are checking in A-OK. Fairfield County traffic every 10 minutes on WICC.
Another hot and humid day on the way. There will be scattered showers and thunderstorms through this afternoon with a high in the upper 80s and a breeze out of the south. A few showers or thunderstorms ending this evening, clearing after midnight with a low in the upper 60s to near 70. Friday, sunny and warm, less humid with a high in the mid-80s. Saturday, sunny and warm with a high again in the mid-80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fioric on WICC.
On your radio, on our app, and even on your smart speaker. WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut. Back to Melissa in the morning.
I feel embarrassed to say this. I'm a guy that's been in the communications business for, 42 years now. Sometimes I blank on people's names, especially if I'm just meeting them, right? We've all been there. Hey, nice to meet you. And 3 minutes later, you're like, what was his name again? And what do? Excuse me, but I was paying no attention the first time you introduced yourself. No, you don't do that. So we have a gentleman here who we've talked to on this program before. Dr. Ivan Meisner is here. He's been connecting people all over the globe for years as founder of BNI. B as in boy, N as in Nancy, I is in incomplete. BNI.com, the world's largest networking organization. So name recall is a master skill he's built up over time and used to a great benefit. And Dr. Meisner is back. And Dr. Meisner, it's Paul here in Connecticut once again. How are you? How you been? Good morning.
I am doing fantastic, Paul, and thanks for having me on the show. I really appreciate it. You know, the first thing I would say to people listening is stop name shaming, because almost nobody's good at it. I mean, there are a handful of people that have these memory techniques, and that's good for them. I'm with you. I have to work at it.
Yeah.
You know, I do. You know, I run the world's largest networking organization, and it's very easy to get complacent and do exactly what you said. 3 minutes later, you're having the conversation with the same person, and you're like,
what's his name again?
What was his name? Yeah. So stop name shaming. There are techniques that you can use to help. And one of the most important ones, I think, Paul, is repetition.
Uh-huh.
So when you're talking to somebody, you say, so tell me more about that, Paul. And, you know, I've used your name 3 times in a minute.
Yeah.
So you just say it over and over again. And that, believe it or not, that simple technique is extremely helpful. Now, you can use more complicated techniques like integrating, like I call it association amusement park, where, you know, you do some word association with an individual. I don't do that too often unless there's somebody that just absolutely reminds me of someone else. And I'm like, okay, that really reminds me of Eric. And so, you know, I use that word association technique. Visual anchors also help.
Okay.
You know, if the person has big, thick eyebrows, you're like, they've got thick eyebrows like so-and-so. And so you make that visual connection. But here's a really important thing to remember.
Okay.
When you're meeting somebody and you look maybe vaguely familiar, you're not sure if you've met them before. I have gotten in the habit of never saying, it's nice to meet you.
Oh, yeah.
Because I find sometimes people go, well, we met 4 years ago. You did a presentation. There's about 1,000 of us. And, you know, I came up and said hi. You're like,
well, you know, Dr. Meisner, it's happened to me in this business because, listen, and you talk to media people all the time, obviously. You know, I'm in 42 years in radio now, and then I meet somebody who was like a part-timer at a radio station I used to work at like 3 stations ago. And I may have talked to them, but my God, it's 30 years ago. I don't remember,
Absolutely. And the worst thing they can do, and this happens to me as well, is, hi, do you remember me?
Oh,
It's okay, give me some context.
I don't remember what I had for dinner 2 days ago. Like, how am I going to remember you? Oh, man.
So I find that when people give me context, hey, we met at such and such radio station, or you spoke here 4 years ago.
Yeah.
Yes, I remember that event. Tell me more. But when you say to someone, it's nice to see you.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Then they never say, oh, we've met before. Instead, they'll say, it's really good to see you again. We met at such and such place. And I find that technique.
Dr. Meisner, if I say, because I've done this with people, they say, hey, Paul.
Call me Ivan.
Ivan,
call me Ivan, please.
Is it okay if I say, and they'll say, hey, and I'll say something like, my God, it's been so many years. When was the last time, my God, well, weren't we working together at X, Y, and Z? Is that okay, do you think, or not?
Yeah, if you're sure that you've met them before.
Yeah.
You don't want to do that if they go, well, we've never met before. But which, by the way, I've done. So, I mean, I've been doing this 41 years, so a little less longer than you. And so it's happened to me. But if somebody says, hey, it's good to see you again, asking for context is totally okay.
Yeah.
Totally okay.
Yeah. Okay, so 4 keys here. Repetition, use the name in conversation. I like that one. I try to do that. Connect with other people and say their name, and dedicate it to memory. How do we dedicate these things to memory? How do we do that?
Well, sometimes it's, you can do a phonetic finesse where, if you meet somebody named Jameson, you say in your mind, son. And you just sound it out, son. And if you do that 2 or 3 times as you're talking to them, tell me more about that, Jameson. It helps. Also, I recommend getting their business card. So that later you can make a connection with the business card and the individual. And if you're really smart, and ask them, is it okay if I make a note on the back of your card?
Yeah.
And then make a note on the back of the card about the conversation that you had with them. By the way, that's a great technique unless you're in Asia. Don't write on business cards in Asia. Yeah, particularly Japan and China. It is frowned upon. It's considered rude.
Really?
Yeah, it's considered rude. Yeah, I'm sure you've met Asians where they do what's called the Maishi ritual. They hold the top 2 tips of a card. They hand you the card and bow. Have you seen that?
No, but that's fascinating. So it's considered disrespectful to. In other words, what is it? Oh, the card should be good enough. Why are you sullying the card, or you need other details about me? Is that what it is?
I don't know. It's just a disrespect to write on a card in Asian countries, a little bit in Thailand, some in Vietnam, but really Japan. And they do a whole ritual with handing out the card. It's called the Maishi ritual, where they hold top 2 tips of the card. They hand the card to you. You accept the card by picking up the bottom 2 tips, and you bow back, thank them for the card, comment on the card. And, Americans, we don't know anything.
Oh, my God. I'd be a buffoon over there. I'd be an oaf. Oh, my God.
Well, that's why it's really good if you go to another country to have somebody to, sort of staff you or work with you or give you advice, things to say, things not to say, things to do, not to do. Hand gestures. Some hand gestures in the United States, very common.
Yeah.
Mean very bad things, very bad things in other countries. I was in Malaysia, and I want you to imagine my left hand, the palm of my hand, my right hand, a fist, and I hit the palm of my hand with my fist, right, making a point.
Yeah.
Whenever this happens, you got to do this. And my Malaysian national director said, when you come to Malaysia, don't do that. And I'm like, why?
Why?
He said, well, it's the middle finger here.
Oh, my God.
And I'm like, seriously? He said, yeah, you would have just given the middle finger to like 1,000 people.
Oh, my God. Ivan, this has been great. So, again, repetition, use their name in conversation, connect them with other people and say their name, and dedicate it to memory. The guest has been Dr. Ivan Misner. Now, you can connect with him a couple of ways. Go to one website is Ivan, I-V-A-N, Misner, M-I-S-N-E-R, ivanmisner.com, and or BNI.com, the world's largest networking organization. Hey, this has been great. Thanks so much. Appreciate it, Dr. Misner. You take care, okay?
Anytime, Paul. Thank you.
Appreciate it. Bye-bye. How funny is that? The guy's on a business trip, and I'm doing that right now. Come on, let's go. And the pounding of the fist into an open palm is the bird in Malaysia. Man, wasn't it a few years ago? No, a long time ago, where wasn't former President George W. Bush 43? Wasn't he in the Middle East somewhere? And he gave somebody the thumbs up, and it turns out that, again, the thumbs up is the equivalent of the middle finger out there. Wow. So that's interesting. It's Dr. Ivan Misner, Emerson Mike, I-S-N-E-R, ivanmisner.com or BNI.com. So he says how to remember names. Repetition is the key. When you're first introduced to someone, ask them to repeat their name. This helps you connect the face with a name. Hi, it's great to meet you, Jameson. Am I pronouncing it right? Jameson? Yes? Okay, yeah, I see that. Use their name in conversation. Wow, Jameson, that sounds amazing. Are you on Instagram? I'd love to stay in touch. Okay. Connect them with other people and say their name. Hey, Sarah, I'd like you to meet Jameson. Jameson is a big football fan that travels city to city and posts about his experiences. And finally, dedicate it to memory. When you get back home, review your meeting notes and try to remember what that person looked like and what they were saying and doing. You may want to send a quick nice to meet you message online to help you remember the conversation you had with them. All right. There you be.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Thursday morning ride, and at this moment we're seeing the minor delays northbound in Norwalk as you head in through the Connecticut Turnpike, and that is the construction zone right from the Yankee Doodle Bridge up to East Avenue. Southbound, it's not bad. Also looking good on the Parkway, too. Not seeing any problems there this morning. 25A connector, Route 7. They're looking good, too. Fairfield County traffic every 10 minutes on WICC.
Warm and humid through this afternoon. There will be scattered showers and thunderstorms. The high in the upper 80s and a breeze out of the south. Showers or thunderstorms end this evening, clearing after midnight with a low in the upper 60s to near 70. Friday, sunny and warm, less humid with a high in the mid-80s. Saturday, sunny and warm with a high again in the mid-80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Progressive's Auto Quote Explorer lets you easily compare direct rates from different insurance companies, so you can be confident you're getting the right one, even if it's not with Progressive. Way more confident than you were when you tried online gaming. Who knew 12-year-old boys could be so mean? And where did they learn to swear like that? 2 hours of losing to these underage trash talkers, and you're starting to question if maybe you really should stick to pickleball and other boomer stuff. So use Progressive's Auto Quote Explorer and be confident you're getting insurance that's right for you. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states or situations. Prices vary based on how you buy.
When you're hiring, have you ever felt like you're missing out on meeting great candidates? Well, they're not hard to find when you go to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter helps 10 million people with their job search every day. People who are actively looking for jobs like yours. So it's easy to find the right person fast. 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Charlie did not die from an overdose. Charlie was poisoned.
Websites and social media selling fake medicines may look legitimate, but they're not.
He died in less than 15 minutes after taking the pill.
Any medication not purchased from a licensed pharmacy could be deadly.
No other family should go through this. It's just horrific.
Go to safe.pharmacy. Learn about fake medicine on social media and if an online pharmacy is safe.
Access to cutting-edge treatment can help make long-term survival possible.
Stand Up to Cancer and the Lust Garden Foundation have teamed up to bring pancreatic cancer clinical trials to those who need them.
For more information, visit pancreaticcancercollective.org.
This is where Fairfield County comes for local news. WICC 600 and 95.9. The voice of Connecticut. WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven. Locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Deborah Rodriguez. We begin in London. Reporters outside 10 Downing Street as Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky arrived for talks with Prime Minister Keir Starmer ahead of tomorrow's Trump-Putin summit in Alaska. President Trump has promised severe consequences if Putin doesn't end the war. CBS News national security contributor Sam Vinograd.
Think about what President Trump says now he wants to get out of this meeting. It's not a ceasefire. The White House press secretary took that off the table. This meeting instead is going to be for President Trump to feel out President Putin's intentions. Normally, presidents don't feel out another leader's intentions. They rely on intelligence. They rely on their intelligence community before a summit, during and after, to give a real picture of what a foreign counterpart is actually thinking, what they're actually hoping to achieve.
Damaging storms hit the Northeast last night, flooding out parts of Pennsylvania, New York City, New Jersey, and Delaware. More than 4 deaths are now blamed on massive rain in Tennessee.
Officials in Chattanooga have recovered a 4th body following heavy rains and flooding Tuesday night. They believe the man took off running and mistakenly ran into a flooded creek. He joins a mother, father, and their child who were killed when a tree fell on the car they were in. Chattanooga Mayor Tim Kelly.
We want to make sure that folks stay safe throughout the coming days if there's any additional rainfall. We'll say that was the 2nd highest rainfall total in the city's history.
He says the flooding prompted more than 400 emergency calls from residents for help. Matt Piper, CBS News.
A flight from Norfolk to L.A. made an emergency landing in Grand Junction, Colorado.
The passenger is free and is using what they were trying to restrain him with as a weapon.
The Breeze Airways pilot on liveatc.net as a drunken passenger broke loose after he waved a skateboard in the air and yelled racial slurs at the crew. A fellow passenger stepped in.
My son was on there, and there was other kids on there, and so I just had to, sit him down.
New report from the Inspector General raises a red flag over severe staffing shortages at the Department of Veterans Affairs. It cites a 50% increase from the last fiscal year. Medical contributor Dr. Celine Gounder.
I think it's going to be a combination of how do we train more healthcare workers, diversify the workforce, and, there's a lot of talk about tech solutions to help offload some of the administrative burden. So to be continued.
VA officials dispute the numbers. Wanted in New York City drivers for Tesla robo-taxis. Just weeks after competitor Waymo announced test service, Tesla posted an ad for a highly motivated self-starter to drive EVs to collect data needed to test and train software for an autopilot team. This is CBS News.
Sponsored by Progressive Insurance. We offer auto, home, and commercial auto insurance, plus a variety of business insurance options. Visit Progressive.com today.
Sherry, what have you done to your hair?
What do you mean? Does it not look good?
It doesn't look good. It looks freaking amazing. I can't believe how thick and healthy it looks. Oh, I must know your secret.
No secret. It's hair volume from New Nordic.
Hair volume, huh? Well, it certainly lives up to its name. Your hair has never looked so thick. It is gorgeous.
I was so tired of having thin and brittle hair. Ugh, and the shedding. So I figured I'd give hair volume a try. Needless to say, I'm thrilled with the results. Hey, where are you going?
I'm going to pick up some hair volume right now. My reunion's next month and I want my hair to look as good as yours.
Hair Volume is the best-selling hair tablet in the world and one of many award-winning natural health products from New Nordic, the #1 supplier of dietary supplements in Scandinavia. Purchase at newnordicusa.com or your local Walgreens, Rite Aid, or CVS. Available as a tablet or delicious gummy. Help your hair look full, voluminous, and beautiful again at newnordicusa.com, Walgreens, Rite Aid, or CVS.
WICC 695.9, Connecticut Lottery Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
State Senator Ryan Fazio is officially launching his campaign for Connecticut governor. The Greenwich Republican announced his bid through a video posted to his social media pages yesterday.
Connecticut is a great state with great people. It's time for leadership that lives up to both. I'm Ryan Fazio, and I'm running for governor because this state is my home, and I refuse to just sit back and watch the decline.
Fazio was first elected to the state Senate in 2021, representing the district that includes the communities of Greenwich, Stamford, and New Canaan. He and Westport First Selectwoman Jen Tooker are the only Republicans who have shared formal plans to seek the office next year. The GOP is looking to unseat Governor Lamont, who has served 2 terms and has had consistently high poll ratings since the COVID-19 pandemic. The beaches in Bridgeport were closed yesterday due to high levels of bacteria in the water. City leaders announced the closure on social media yesterday. They say the bacteria levels are influenced by the weather, and the city does regular testing. Officials plan to share another announcement once the water is safe for swimming. And Fairfield National 12U's quest for the Little League World Series championship continues with a big win last night over Texas. The 1-0 score was due to a fantastic performance on the mound by Fairfield star pitcher Luca Pellegrini, as well as the pitcher from Texas, Shane Graw.
There's nobody that else we want on the mound besides LP. We have 5 or 6 different qualified pitchers, but when he's on the mound, our defense is settled.
Team manager Brian Palazzolo spoke at the post-game press conference about his pride in his team.
You know, we represent Connecticut. It's special. You know, now we can look a little bit ahead to Hawaii. We're here for a reason. We want to make a statement and push all the way through.
Connecticut will face off against Hawaii this Friday at 7, and the game will be on ESPN. For the Voice of Connecticut, WICC, I'm John Kamal.
Right, John, thank you. And John, this time round brought to you by the folks at Courtesy Carpet Flooring Design Center. Now is the time for a fresh new look for your home. Save on top flooring brands at Courtesy Carpet. No big box gimmicks, just fair, honest prices. Courtesy Carpet, of course, on Route 111 in Monroe.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Morning ride, and at this moment we're seeing the minor delays northbound in Norwalk as you head in through the Connecticut Turnpike, and that is the construction zone right from the Yankee Doodle Bridge up to East Avenue. Southbound, it's not bad. Also looking good on the Parkway, too. Not seeing any problems there this morning. 25-8 connector, Route 7. They're looking good, too. Fairfield County traffic every 10 minutes on WICC.
Another hot and humid day on the way. There will be scattered showers and thunderstorms through this afternoon with a high in the upper 80s and a breeze out of the south. A few showers or thunderstorms ending this evening, clearing after midnight with a low in the upper 60s to near 70. Friday, sunny and warm, less humid with a high in the mid-80s. Saturday, sunny and warm with a high again in the mid-80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Are the taxes on your financial savings cutting into your retirement? Do you truly understand the taxes on your IRAs and 401ks? Would you like a future where your taxes are minimized and investments are sound? If you're nearing or in retirement, have at least a $250,000 portfolio, Bridgelight Financial Advisors can help. Call for a complimentary consultation. They'll show you real tax savings on your savings. 203-795-7080. 203-795-7080. Bridgelight Financial Advisors, your retirement tax strategy specialists.
Experience the range-topping, dual-motor, all-wheel drive sophistication of the Cadillac Lyriq at Cadillac of Greenwich. The Lyriq is the first American car to win the German Car of the Year and offers undeniable style and uncompromising comfort. Or experience the first Lyriq V, the fastest production Cadillac ever produced. Arrive in style with this pinnacle of modern automotive excellence. Visit CadillacofGreenwich.com today and elevate your driving experience with the iconic 2025 Cadillac Lyriq.
A look at the news near your neighborhood. The Fairfield University Graduate and Professional Studies around the region. Now on Melissa in the Morning, WICC 695.9, the Voice of Connecticut.
Hey, good morning, good morning, good morning. How is everybody here? 6:08, almost 6:09, Thursday, the 14th of August, 2025. It's Paul for Melissa on the Melissa in the Morning program. One more day. She's back on Monday. A lot to tell you about in the area. Paul Pioric, though, weather-wise, telling us clouds and showers today. Maybe another thunderstorm kind of day. Highs in the upper 80s, low 70s, depending upon where you are. Kick off our look at stuff around the region, as John just told you in the news. The first day of the Little League World Series in the books. And among the winners in the U.S. bracket, Fairfield, they beat Richmond, Texas by a count of 1-0. Las Vegas had 18 hits in a 16-1 win over Clarendon, Illinois. On the international side, Venezuela 5-0 over Puerto Rico. Panama took advantage of 6 errors by Australia in a 7-2 win there. Now the tournament continues today, Thursday, 4 more games. The U.S. side of the bracket featuring matchups between Massachusetts and South Carolina, as well as South Dakota and Pennsylvania. Czechia and Japan kicking off the day on the international side. That'll be followed by a game between Chinese Taipei and Mexico. The U.S. plays 7 o'clock once again. Fairfield does tomorrow night, 7 o'clock on ESPN as they take on Hawaii. Meantime, other news all around the area and the state. The Archdiocese of Hartford will not welcome, it says, a priest back to the church where he allegedly stole money. Father Charles Jacobs of Holy Trinity Church was accused of taking money for unauthorized and personal use back in January. A mass email sent to parishioners there saying Jacobs is legally in the clear after closing the investigation due to insignificant evidence, but the Archdiocese says it has an open investigation of its own, and in June it said that Jacobs is not coming back. Authorities arrest a woman for drunk driving late Tuesday on I-84. They caught up with Adrian Fednia Dembeck of West Hartford near exit 44 on 84, following multiple 911 calls of a woman driving erratically and excessively slow. She failed to pull over for troopers and subsequently failed a field sobriety test. She was released on bond, set to appear in court to face multiple charges on September the 22nd. An investment group looking to move the WNBA's Connecticut Sun to Hartford has matched a $325 million bid from the group looking to relocate the team to Boston. The Hartford bid, led by a businessman, Mark Lazary, matched the bid from former Celtics owner Steve Pagliuca's group. Now, plenty of hurdles remain in bringing the franchise to Hartford. Among the issues, a report from CT Insider that the league does not want a franchise to move to a market that does not have an NBA team in place. Houston, Texas, also in the conversation about possibly acquiring the Connecticut Sun. A Brantford-based medical testing facility agreeing to pay more than $1.2 million. This to settle a case brought against them by the federal government. Investigators saying Genco Labs submitted fraudulent claims for unnecessary urinalyses to government health care programs. Prosecutors say those actions between September of 2021 and December of 2023 constituted violations of the False Claims Act. In addition to the settlement payment, Genco also being required to implement new compliance programs. We continue here on the Melissa in the Morning program at 6:12. A man who died this week in Cheshire at a house fire being remembered as somebody who loved animals. 32-year-old Zachary Nomides died Tuesday morning in a fire on Brookside Place. State officials saying the cause of the death for Nomides was smoke inhalation. The cause of the fire remains under investigation. Meantime, the investigation into this week's vandalism at St. Patrick's Cemetery in Meriden continues. Headstones and monuments found toppled and vandalized on Tuesday morning. Police not reporting any arrests in the case. The Catholic Cemetery Association says that restoration efforts are underway. The Bridgewater County Fair happens this weekend. This marks the 72nd year for the event that serves as a fundraiser for the Bridgewater Volunteer Fire Department. This year's events include rides, games, live music, and an appearance by a man billed as the world's biggest human cannonball, Chachi the Rocket Valencia. More details go to BridgewaterFair.com. That's BridgewaterFair.com. The Innovation Studios in Danbury set to open soon. Developers for the project say the furnished studios at the converted Crown Plaza Hotel on Old Ridgeberry Road will begin leasing in a couple of weeks. A coffee shop, gastro pub, and a co-working space also opening at that property within a few months. Stanford man is spending some time behind bars for sexually abusing a child. A judge sentencing Ludy Gonzalez to 10 years in jail during a state superior court hearing yesterday. Gonzalez previously pleaded guilty to sexual assault, risk of injury to a minor, possession of child pornography. Investigators say Gonzalez abused a 7-year-old girl on multiple occasions and had inappropriate photos of her on his phone. And finally this morning, a Stanford dog shelter getting a little financial help from country star Miranda Lambert. The singer's Mutt Nation Foundation choosing the Lucky Dog Refuge as one of this year's grant recipients through the Mutts Across America program. That organization selects one shelter in each state to get a $5,000 grant every year through that ongoing initiative. Lucky Dog Refuge focuses on caring for canines that need medical attention and other immediate support. And those are your stories around the region. Lot to get to. We'll give you the rundown today of all the guests right here. It's Paul and for Melissa. Melissa in the morning. Phone lines are open. Text line as well. Same number, talk or text, 203-333-9422, 333 WICC. And if for some odd reason you'd like to watch me do the show today, which consists of me talking into a microphone, scratching my bald head, and sipping coffee, go to twitch.tv and search for WICC, or go to our YouTube page and click the round logo to watch live. Traffic and weather together right here on the 6s. Paul in for Melissa. Melissa in the morning on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Some delays now. Bridgeport Fairfield on the Connecticut Turnpike. The stop and go from Trumbull to Fairfield right now on the Parkway. Sponsored by RD Cinto. It's time to move your office to an RD Cinto property, and you'll avoid all this traffic. Learn more at Cinto.com. You deserve it. Fairfield County traffic every 10 minutes on WICC.
Warm and humid through this afternoon. There will be scattered showers and thunderstorms. The high in the upper 80s and a breeze out of the south. Showers or thunderstorms end this evening, clearing after midnight with a low in the upper 60s to near 70. Friday, sunny and warm, less humid with a high in the mid-80s. Saturday, sunny and warm with a high again in the mid-80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
There's $25,000 somewhere in Long Island Sound, and it could all be yours. The annual WICC Surfside Hotel Greatest Bluefish Tournament on Earth is back for its 43rd year, the weekend of August 23rd and 24th. The heaviest bluefish caught that weekend is worth $25,000, and there's more than $40,000 in cash prizes. Sign up now at bluefishtournament.com or your local bait and tackle shop. The WICC Surfside Hotel Greatest Bluefish Tournament on Earth. We'll see you on the Sound.
Thanks, Tri-City Home Solutions and Rinnai and Xfinity.
You're listening to WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut, broadcasting from the Town Fair Tire Studios. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire.
It's time to protect your business with PPC Alarms commercial security systems. PPC Alarms designs and installs customized security systems, including surveillance cameras, motion detectors, fire and water detection systems, license plate recognition cameras, and fleet management systems. PPC's customizable systems provide unmatched protection tailored to your company's needs, ensuring your business is always secure. Protect your business. Go to ppcalarms.com and get a complimentary evaluation.
Is your sofa clinging to you in this summer humidity? Does your mattress have more bumps than a Connecticut back road? At Spectre Furniture in Ansonia, their Stay Cool, Get Comfortable sale is your escape route to relaxation. Stop by on Main Street, Ansonia, and snag ice-cold deals on nap-worthy essentials like recliners, sectionals, and mattresses that won't melt your wallet. Spectre Furniture, where tradition stays cool and comfort gets cozy. SpecterFurniture.com. Trusted for 135 years.
The WICC 600 Surfside Hotel Greatest Bluefish Tournament on Earth is happening August 23rd and 24th, presented by the Water Doctor and Fine Fettle. Visit bluefishtournament.com.
Here's comedians and Skechers getting comfortable, presented by Hands-Free Skechers Slip-Ins.
Hey, I'm Bobby Slayton, and I'm here with my pal, comedian, and Skechers ambassador, Mr. Howie Mandel.
Why did it take so long to invent something as amazing as slip-ins? I know it seems simple, but it took Skechers to invent a better pair of shoes.
Yep, with Skechers slip-ins, you just step in and go. You don't have to touch your shoes. And by the way, slip-ins are for the whole family, men, women, and kids, in all your favorite Skechers styles. Find Skechers slip-ins at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever stylish footwear is sold.
Your new customers are listening to the Voice of Connecticut. Become an advertiser and grow your business. You'll reach thousands of Connecticut consumers. Email sales@voiceofct.com.
voiceofct.com. Add us to your bookmarks and listen all day at work. Back to Melissa in the morning on the Voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9.
Wow, this is very gallant sounding. Sounds like I should be coming over a ridge somewhere on a horse with a shield and a sword. Yes, good morning all. Hey, how are you? 21 past 6 o'clock, 6:21. It's a Thursday. What are we, almost halfway through August? Thursday, the 14th of August. If you'd like to drop in here, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. It's Paul and for Melissa. Same number, talk or text. Man, we got a lot of stuff going on the program this morning. Later on in the hour, talk to another official from a local bait and tackle shop about the big greatest bluefish tournament on Earth that's coming up not this weekend, but next weekend, the weekend of the 23rd and 24th. So we will talk about that. Going to talk in the 7 o'clock hour about the news. Recently, you may have seen that a couple of municipalities, including one larger size city, is getting rid of its volunteer fire department. So we'll talk about that as well. In the 8 o'clock hour, what is going on with the Connecticut Sun? We're hearing all these conflicting reports. We just read you one right there in our early update saying that the WNBA would rather the Sun move to a city that already has an NBA team. Of course, Hartford doesn't, so that would mean that Connecticut would have to apply then, even though we have a steady fan base for the team, apply then for an expansion franchise, which could take a couple of years. What a mess. Listen, it's odd. Or maybe it is. Look, I've been covering sports long enough to know a lot of this is a business consideration. We'll talk with my buddy Dama Moore coming in the 8 o'clock hour. He's been covering this and other stuff for the Hartford Current. I worked with Dom at the New Haven Register years ago, and he's been working at the Register and the Current now for a few decades. You may have read his great coverage over the years about the New York Yankees. He's written a book on the Yankees. It's very good. But we'll talk to Dom about that. Kind of sad, though, that, listen, I know a lot of people don't like to admit it. I mean, look, Connecticut is a great state for, professional sports on a lower level, a minor league level. Now, we have great college sports, of course, with UConn and Yale and Quinnipiac and Sacred Heart and Fairfield, between basketball on the men's and the women's side and hockey on the men's and the women's side and football with UConn and Yale. Yale now finally can go to the lower division playoffs. That starts, I think, this year. But as far as being in one of the, you used to say the 4 major leagues. Now you really have to say the 6, honestly, with the NBA, the WNBA, the NHL, MLS, NFL, Major League Baseball. Yeah, sorry, we just don't cut it. And I don't mean the fans wouldn't cut it, but because of Connecticut's weird layout, because of the relative concentration of wealth into maybe 2 areas in the state, or maybe 3, of course, Lower Fairfield County, suburban Hartford, a few towns there, and maybe some towns out east along the shoreline outside of New Haven when you get to the Guilford, Madison, Old Lyme areas out there. I mean, let's face it. Connecticut is just not attractive to national advertisers. And I know people have said, well, you know, women's basketball and UConn, and that's great in the sun. Yeah. But I can tell you, there are, sadly, maybe it's all dollars and cents. There are no national advertisers clamoring to get their message, their signage, their promotions into Connecticut or into the eastern part of the state, or even into Hartford or New Haven, for that matter, or Bridgeport, when the alternative for the Connecticut Sun would be Boston. Most of this is a business decision. Sports is, if you're my age, in mid-60s, late 50s, early 60s, sports isn't about winning anymore. It's about marketing. It always was. Sports has always been nothing more than entertainment. But now with the regional sports networks and the acceleration of ticket sales and the international influence with basketball and soccer and everything, it's really more about corporate entities getting their messages into other areas. And right now, if you're a big corporate advertiser and you're kind of on the edge, well, I represent a car company and I got pitched by the WNBA. And so the ad and promotions people in my department, my in-house people at Acme Car Company say, well, yeah, the money wouldn't be bad, but they don't have a presence in Boston. Or they don't have a presence in this market. That tends to hold up corporate buyers. I mean, there's a reason, for example, that even after 2 failed teams in Atlanta, the National Hockey League is probably going to go back to Atlanta again for a 3rd time with another ownership group, because Atlanta is a big, big market. So we'll talk to my buddy Don Moore coming up in the 8 o'clock hour about that. Right now, though, on the 6s, traffic and weather together right here on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Turnpike stop and go Bridgeport into Fairfield if you're heading southbound. Some delays now coming past the Trumbull Mall exit as you head on the Parkway into the Fairfield Rest area. Fairfield County traffic every 10 minutes on WICC.
Another hot and humid day on the way. There will be scattered showers and thunderstorms through this afternoon with a high in the upper 80s and a breeze out of the south. A few showers or thunderstorms ending this evening, clearing after midnight with a low in the upper 60s to near 70. Friday, sunny and warm, less humid with a high in the mid-80s. Saturday, sunny and warm with a high again in the mid-80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Want to know how business gets made in Connecticut? Check out the Made podcast at voiceofct.com. It's the official companion to the Made Leadership Series. Want to stay ahead of the curve and learn from top minds? Check out Connecticut-made.com and get made.
It's time to make an appointment to tour Forest Hills Milford, one of the newest luxury rental 55 and over communities in Connecticut. Step into a home where every detail is designed to offer ease and comfort. Forest Hills Milford's spacious, brand new luxury apartments include assigned garage parking with elevator access and use modern technologies to bring ease and comfort to everyday living. Nestled in the beauty of Milford, close to beaches, golf, marinas, and more. Visit foresthillsmilford.info to learn more. Forest Hills Milford, home made easy.
Chronic migraine is 15 or more headache days a month, each lasting 4 hours or more.
Botox, onabotulinum toxin A, prevents headaches in adults with chronic migraine before they start. It's not for those with 14 or fewer headache days a month. It prevents on average 8 to 9 headache days a month versus 6 to 7 for placebo.
Prescription Botox is injected by your doctor. Effects of Botox may spread hours to weeks after injection, causing serious symptoms. Alert your doctor right away, as difficulty swallowing, speaking, breathing, eye problems, or muscle weakness can be signs of a life-threatening condition. Patients with these conditions before injection are at highest risk. Side effects may include allergic reactions, neck and injection site pain, fatigue, and headache. Allergic reactions can include rash, welts, asthma symptoms, and dizziness. Don't receive Botox if there's a skin infection. Tell your doctor your medical history, muscle or nerve conditions, including ALS, Lou Gehrig's disease, myasthenia gravis, or Lambert-Eaton syndrome, and medications, including botulinum toxins, as these may increase the risk of serious side effects.
Why wait? Ask your doctor, visit BotoxChronicMigraine.com, or call 1-800-44-BOTOX to learn more.
Bumped your bumper? Kissed a curb? With Sono Collision, your car will be back to top notch in no time. Because we don't just repair, we care. Visit SonoCollision.com. Your car will thank you.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. President Trump sent a message to Russian President Vladimir Putin ahead of their one-on-one meeting Friday on Ukraine when asked if there would be consequences if he doesn't cooperate on a ceasefire.
Yes, they will. Yeah.
What will those consequences
There will be
be?
consequences.
Sanctions, tariffs?
There will be, I don't have to say, there will be very severe consequences.
Flash flood warnings have expired now in parts of Tennessee after flooding left 4 people dead. Correspondent Nicole Valdez is in Chattanooga.
Rescuers, including fire officials, had to use boats to get to people here and get them to safety, evacuating them from their homes.
The National Guard presence is now visible on the streets of Washington, D.C., as CBS's Eleanor Watson reports from the Pentagon on the role of those troops.
What they're allowed to do is actually pretty broad, but what defense officials say their mission is, and this role is strictly to support local and federal law enforcement.
CBS News Brief. I'm Michael Toscano.
WICC 695.9, Connecticut Lottery Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
State Senator Ryan Fazio is officially launching his campaign for Connecticut governor. The Greenwich Republican announced his bid through a video posted to his social media pages yesterday.
Connecticut is a great state with great people. It's time for leadership that lives up to both. I'm Ryan Fazio, and I'm running for governor because this state is my home, and I refuse to just sit back and watch the decline.
Fazio was first elected to the state Senate in 2021, representing the district that includes the communities of Greenwich, Stamford, and New Canaan. He and Westport First Selectwoman Jen Tooker are the only Republicans who have shared formal plans to seek the office next year. New Britain Mayor Aaron Stewart is also in the mix and has raised more than $300,000 in small contributions to gain an early advantage.
It's another thing when you have a candidate who's running for the right reasons to make a true difference in the state of Connecticut, who has a record of winning.
The GOP is looking to unseat Governor Lamont, who has served 2 terms and has had consistently high poll ratings since the COVID-19 pandemic. The governor has not said whether he will seek re-election, saying he will announce his decision late this summer or early fall.
Maybe it's a time where experience makes a difference. That's not a yes or a no, though. That's a way of saying I'm thinking about it seriously. I'm thinking about it with Susan. I'm thinking about it with Andy Lamont.
Connecticut's community college system is ranked 14th nationally, according to the website WalletHub. The survey is based on factors including cost, student-faculty ratio, graduation rates, and postgraduate earnings. Other New England systems in the top 20 are New Hampshire, ranked 9th, and Massachusetts at 19th. The beaches in Bridgeport were closed yesterday due to high levels of bacteria in the water. City leaders announced the closure on social media yesterday. They say the bacteria levels are influenced by the weather, and the city does regular testing. Beaches statewide have faced frequent closures for similar reasons all summer long, and Ansel Aristed from the Department of Energy and Environmental Protection said that the decision to close a swimming area often comes down to 2 factors.
Animal waste and rainfall. That rain isn't able to just soak into the ground, so it sheets off the surface a lot of the times because there's so much of it in such a short period of time. And when it sheets off the surface, well, now it's going to be picking up those contaminants, which some of which are going to be the pet waste and the waterfowl waste.
Officials plan to share another announcement once the water is safe for swimming. A Stamford dog shelter is getting a little financial boost from country star Miranda Lambert. The singer's Mutt Nation Foundation has chosen Lucky Dog Refuge as one of this year's grant recipients through the Mutts Across America program. The organization selects one shelter in each state to receive a $5,000 grant every year through the initiative. Lucky Dog Refuge focuses on caring for canines that need medical attention and other immediate support. And Fairfield National 12U's quest for the Little League World Series championship continues with a big win last night over Texas. The 1-0 score was due to a fantastic performance on the mound by Fairfield star pitcher Luca Pellegrini, as well as the pitcher from Texas, Shane Graw.
There's nobody that else we want on the mound besides LP. We have 5 or 6 different qualified pitchers, but when he's on the mound, our defense is settled.
Team manager Brian Palazzolo spoke at the post-game press conference about his pride in his team.
You know, we represent Connecticut. It's special. You know, now we can look a little bit ahead to Hawaii. We're here for a reason. We want to make a statement and push all the way through.
Connecticut will face off against Hawaii this Friday at 7, and the game will be on ESPN. For the Voice of Connecticut, WICC, I'm John Kamal.
All right, you are John, sponsored this time around by Courtesy Carpet Flooring Design Center. Hey, now's the time for a fresh new look for your home. Save on top flooring brands at Courtesy Carpet. No big box gimmicks, just a fair, honest prices. Courtesy Carpet, Route 111 in Monroe.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Got a 2-car crash southbound in Greenwich on the Parkway. Looks like right around exit 29, Lake Avenue area to Round Hill. And got 1 lane blocked through that area. It is slow going on the Connecticut Turnpike southbound through Bridgeport. Fairfield County traffic every 10 minutes on WICC.
Warm and humid through this afternoon. There will be scattered showers and thunderstorms. The high in the upper 80s and a breeze out of the south. Showers or thunderstorms end this evening, clearing after midnight with a low in the upper 60s to near 70. Friday, sunny and warm, less humid with a high in the mid-80s. Saturday, sunny and warm with a high again in the mid-80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Columbia Dental in Norwalk is part of a trusted integrated network, offering comprehensive dental services from A to Z, all in one convenient location. From routine cleanings to advanced procedures, their expert team is ready to care for your smile. Call Columbia Dental in Norwalk today at 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com. Complete dental care all under one roof.
Whoever said all good things must come to an end did not have a Renai tankless water heater. Hi, this is Seamus from Tri-City Home Solutions. Renai tankless water heaters offer unlimited hot water for the most demanding residential and commercial applications. You can save up to $1,000 on the installation of a new water heater now until August 31st with Tri-City and Renai. Visit us at TriCityHomeSolutions.com. Never run out of hot water again.
Call 203-877-HEAT Tri-City.
Before you know about it, she's already talking about it. Melissa in the Morning on the Voice of Connecticut, WICC 600 and 95.9.
Hey there, good morning, good morning, good morning. How is everyone this morning? 6:38, on the short side of 7 a.m., cloud showers today, maybe a thunderstorm in the upper 80s. Another warm, sticky day, says Paul Piorek. Low to mid-70s, depending upon where you are. Right now in Fairfield County, New Haven County, Fairfield County, the wonderful sovereign state of Connecticut, yes. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Ryan Fazio, who's been on the stage, I believe he's on later today with Lisa. I believe I saw that. I could be mistaken, but Ryan Fazio, Republican State Senate member, from Greenwich, declaring a candidacy for the Republican nomination to run for governor against, the assumption is, Governor Ned Lamont next year. The governor's still not making it official, but just about everybody I talked to, both on my afternoon show, and I kind of exchanged text messages with on an on and off basis here, and even guests I have here that we talk off the air before we talk on the air. The going bet here is that you're probably looking at the governor running again. But what he's doing here is he's waiting as long as he possibly can just to keep any fellow Democrats who might challenge him, or just the general electorate a little off balance here. But certainly seems like the governor's going to run. So Ryan Fazio, again, Greenwich Republican State Senate member, has declared so. That puts two official candidates in the Republican race. Ryan Fazio, of course, and Jen Tooker, the first selectman of Westport. So you have that. Now, it appears, again, there's no official announcement here, but it looks like Erin Stewart's going to run. She has to get, I think the figure is $350,000 or $360,000 to get the matching funding. So if she has she just passed the $300,000 mark. So if she gets to $350,000, she then gets, I think it's 15 to $17 million of state money to run. And no, this is not that money is not out of the budget. A lot of people wonder how the Citizens Election Program works. It's not necessarily out of the budget. That money that goes to people who run for state office, which I really like. I don't think, look, if you want to self-fund, I guess you can be able to, but providing that money for people to run, I think is a good thing because it helps level out the field. And you could have a wonderful person, a wonderful guy or a wonderful gal who may have some great ideas about how to run the state, but they just don't have the money. So I guess for the governor's race, it's something like 15 or 17 million bucks. If you're running for a state Senate seat, I think it's 85 grand or something like that. If you're running for a state House seat, I think it's about 40 grand. And believe it or not, that money, I believe, still comes from, unclaimed property. And, you get those unclaimed property websites, and I guess people are still, there's some outlets that do the printed list, which I guess by law they may have to do, but that's how that money that Erin Stewart is going after, that's where that money comes from. So no real specifics from Ryan Fazio about his funding. Jen Tooker, I assume, is raising money, and we'll see what happens. So the dynamic of the governor's race, especially on the Republican side, really interesting right now. Two women, one man. I guess other people can jump in. Some faces there. Two of the faces from Fairfield County, Jen Tooker and Ryan Fazio. Of course, Erin Stewart, the multi-term, soon-to-be outgoing mayor of New Britain, a Republican woman who served multiple terms in a largely Democratic big city in the state. So there are a lot of people who think that would make her perhaps, and this is just, I'm just postulating here on what I hear and what people I talk to tell me, possibly that you would think that might give, from a tactical point of view, perhaps a fresh face. Not that Jen Tooker and Ryan Fazio are not fresh faces, but a fresh, kind of a unique face. A woman on the Republican side here in the state who has run for multiple terms after her father did, run a pretty good size Democratic city here. Now, the dynamics of messaging, that's going to be interesting. I've postulated that cost is going to be one thing, and you're kind of already hearing that from all three candidates here. It is expensive. Now, to be fair, it's really easy to say Connecticut is too expensive. And even me, your regular dopey afternoon talk show host here, I've been saying that for 5, 10, 15, 20 years here. How do you fix it? How do we get down the second highest electric rates in the country, next to only Hawaii? How do we reduce, if you don't reduce, at least bring housing costs into an arena where younger folks can compete? I think I saw the average home price here in Connecticut is something like $365,000, or the median. I'm sorry, not the average. The average is different. The median, I believe, I'll check that on the break. The median is the midpoint mark of any list where, about 50% are higher and about 50% are lower. So how do you fix that? As governor, what can you do? I mean, the real estate market is the real estate market. I have a house, I have a condo, I have an A-frame, I have a walk-up, I have, whatever, and I want to sell it for the most money that I can conceivably get. Well, everybody talks a good game about wanting to make housing cheaper, but if you own that housing, whether it's an investment property or your primary or the only residence you own, if you own that, are you really worried about selling it for as little as you can? Or out of some, benevolence of your own heart? Or do you want to, and there's nothing wrong with this, it's capitalism. A lot of people have a major part of their net worth tied up in their home. So how do you, on one hand, say, and I'm not just pointing this out to any of the candidates here, but this is kind of this mantra that I talk about in the afternoon show all the time. Well, we have to get housing prices down. Well, housing prices are too high. Okay. Then you go back to the first thing. Okay, anybody who's willing to take $80,000 less for their house than they can get, please step forward. Come on. And again, I'm not saying that Governor Lamont or Ryan Fazio or Jen Tooker or Aaron Stewart can't talk about this. But again, this is one of these issues that oftentimes, well, not oftentimes, is much easier to talk about than to solve. The housing market, whether it's a studio apartment of 300 square feet or a Greenwich Lower Fairfield County mansion, it's governed by what people ask and what prospective buyers are willing to pay. And the fact is, a lot of people like living and working in Connecticut, despite the nicks and cuts and bruises that we have. So it's going to be interesting to see not only how Ryan Fazio addresses this, but also Governor Lamont, Aaron Stewart, Jen Tooker, Josh Elliott is in the race, I guess, state rep, progressive Democrat from Hamden. So we shall see. Traffic and weather together on the 6s at 14 before 7. It's Paula for Melissa. Melissa in the morning on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
It's slow on the Parkway southbound Trumbull Fairfield. 2-car crash around Round Hill Road in Greenwich. Has one lane blocked. Stop and go on the turnpike now between Bridgeport and the Fairfield Rest Area. Fairfield County traffic every 10 minutes on WICC.
Good morning. We finally had rain yesterday, the heaviest rain down by Greenwich and Norwalk and Darien. In Greenwich, about 1.5 inches. Stamford had nearly 2 inches. In Norwalk, nearly 1.5 inches, and lesser amounts just to the east of there. But we did have the rain, and we have more showers and thunderstorms on and off through the afternoon and evening. Right now, we begin on a very mild note. It is humid. It is 73 degrees in Bridgeport. Our dew point is 70. The wind very light out of the north at about 5, and our barometer is 2986. That will be on the way up later this morning and during the afternoon. Radar right now it is dry. It'll be that way through mid-morning, and then we have more showers or thunderstorms scattered through midday and early afternoon. It'll be a very warm and humid day. By the afternoon, we'll have readings generally in the upper 80s with a breeze shifting out of the south by later this afternoon. Clearing this evening and overnight. By then, after midnight, the wind will shift out of the north, ushering in less humid air. By daybreak, it'll be in the upper 60s. Tomorrow, a great summer day, sunny and nice with a high in the mid-80s. The breeze out of the northwest, less humid. Saturday, sunny with a high in the mid-80s. Sunday, sunny and hot with a high of 90. Fair weather on Monday under a lot of the sun with a high only around 80 after a front arrives Sunday night. And through midweek, look for a good deal of the sun with a high at or near 80 each afternoon. Right now, we have readings in lower 70s, our dew point 70. We have more showers and thunderstorms through the afternoon, and then great weather Friday and the weekend. I'm meteorologist Paul Pioric on WICC.
Selling your home is a numbers game. The more potential buyers who see it, the greater the opportunity to sell. And when your home is listed on Smart MLS, more than 21,000 realtors see it, and so do all their buyers. Suddenly, the number of people looking at your home starts to grow by a lot. More realtors sharing your listing, more people seeing your home, more offers coming in, and maybe even more cash in your pocket. Smart move, right? Ask your realtor. Is my house on Smart MLS? Smart MLS, the smart way to sell your home.
This is your Optimum Beach Report. Expect high UV levels with a max UV index of 6. Air quality should be fair with an AQI in the 30s and 40s, and looks like great conditions for the beach or pool despite an 80% chance of rain, especially in the afternoon. Powered by Optimum Business.
Stay ahead of cyber threats with fast and secure fiber internet starting at $65 a month with 99.9% network reliability and speeds up to 8 gig. Visit Optimum.com/business or call 855-2-OPTIMUM today.
If there's one thing we'd all like to learn, it's how to make our retirement more predictable. You need to make your money last in retirement. And David Gagnon of First Financial Planners can tell you how to do just that.
Comes down to education. Knowledge is power. In this situation, when people get to that point, they understand what they're doing and they get to enjoy their retirement stress-free.
Tune in for Mastering Your Wealth, Saturday mornings at 8, here on WICC 600.
Back to the news and talk. Thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC 695.9. It's Melissa in the morning.
Yeah, you know what's coming up, by the way. Good morning, Paul, and for Melissa. It's 6:51, almost 8 before 7 o'clock. It's getting here soon enough. The Surfside Hotel Greatest Bluefish Tournament on Earth. A week from this weekend, Saturday, August 23rd, Sunday, August 24th, all over Long Island Sound, front to back, stem to stern here. Heavy as cash, $25,000. How about that? But there are also other chances to win cash and prizes totaling over $40,000. And the great part is this tournament is so popular. I know fishermen and women, when I mention this tournament, I've been in it so many years, or my relatives on Long Island get into it, or my friends out east get into it. This is really for the length of Long Island Sound here, front to back Fairfield County, also out east, all the way across the great shoreline here in Connecticut. Joining us right now from Hilliers Tackle Shop, Bait and Tackle in Waterford is Ed Lombard to talk about this. Ed, good morning. It's Paul. How are you?
Good morning. I'm good. How are you, Paul?
Not too bad, not too bad. So what's your experience been like, both you, Ed, with your shop and some of the anglers you talk to who participate in this tournament every year for over 4 decades now?
So my experience, I've fished it, in the past my whole life, and, this is my 4th year of owning Hilliers.
Yeah.
And we really turned it into almost a customer appreciation weekend here at the shop. We have so many entrants come in, being so close to the race, and, it's really a great atmosphere when you come in to weigh in a fish.
Yeah.
At times they're serving hamburgers and hot dogs, so it's just
nice.
And having such a large tournament, spanning the whole Long Island Sound, it's unique, I think.
Yeah, I've
Covering
talked.
the 2 states and all that.
Yeah, I've talked to people who have fished it Ed, over the years, and they say, yeah, they've done tournaments with a smaller area, but the fact that you can be in the same tournament, 20, 30, 40 miles up the water here, fishing against people, a good chunk away, I would guess makes that a kind of unique, does it?
Right, and they have the different way stations and the different fishing. You can fish from shore or from boat, and there's so many ways to catch the bluefish.
Yeah.
It really opens it up to so many people.
And that's got to be a challenge, Ed, because also talking to people who, for example, are looking at the weather and the winds and the waves, where it could be nice and calm, say here in Bridgeport around us, lower Fairfield County, and then you get out to where you folks are in the eastern end of the state, you may have to use, a completely different tactic in this contest, right?
Right, yep, completely different tactic. This morning I left Guilford, my home, and it was clear skies, and I get 30 miles away at the shop, and it's cloudy, foggy, rainy.
Yeah. Hey, Ed, why do people fish? You said you've been in this for decades. You own a business now. Who is a typical fisherman or woman?
So it's really changed. It's people doing it for the recreation, the camaraderie, telling the fish stories. In the past, fishing was a lot for food.
Yeah.
And with the regulations and trying to be stewards of the sea and the earth, a lot of the regulations limit the quantity of fish you can take. So it's really changed to memories and taking pictures and the fish stories.
What are Ed and Ed Lombard is the guest, by the way, from Hillier's Tackle Shop in the great town of Waterford. And Ed is one of the folks who is hooked up with us in his facility there for the registration and the weigh-ins for our greatest bluefish tournament on Earth coming up a week from this weekend. So, Ed, what are your tactics? What's your go-to stuff to tell people maybe if they're going to go out and try this or bluefishing over the years? What do you like for a test line, a type of rod, type of bait? What are your preferences?
I personally really like diamond jigging. I like using 50-pound tests, monofilament when I diamond jig.
Yeah.
Deep water, you get that colder water down there. I think some of the bigger fish hang out in that. And the diamond jigging it's fast. It keeps you, putting the bait on your line and waiting.
What manner of bait do you use? What exactly, fish or chum or what are you using there?
So the diamond jig, I like a gold 8 to 12 ounce diamond jig.
Okay.
But if I was to be using bait, I would use fresh bunker.
Okay.
Or mackerel. Kind of that's the forage that the fish are eating. So I try and match the hatch.
Interesting. Well, listen, Ed Lombard, Ed, thank you for you and the fine men and women that help us out in this tournament. Folks, once again, it's a week from this weekend. And by the way, check out Hillier's Tackle Shop. Ed, tell us where exactly you are and a couple of things about your operation out there.
We really are geared towards the kind of local inshore fishermen, bluefish being one of those. And we're at 374 Mago Point Way in Waterford. It's right on the Niantic River on the state boat launch, and we're underneath the drawbridge.
Excellent. Ed Lombard from Hillier's Tackle Shop. Ed, be good, my friend. Good luck down the road, and we'll talk to you later on. Thanks.
All right, sounds good, and good luck to all the anglers out there.
All right, Ed, be good. Ed Lombard there, another fine bait and tackle shop owner, manager, helping us out in our upcoming Bluefish contest. Ed is from Hillier's Tackle Shop in Waterford. Traffic and weather together right here, WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Parkway southbound, that is slow coming out of Trumbull through Fairfield and delays around Round Hill Road in Greenwich southbound. We see delays because of a two-car crash. Parkway southbound Greenwich. Also slow on the Connecticut Turnpike southbound between Bridgeport and Fairfield, building volume at Westport's 18 right now. Fairfield County traffic every 10 minutes on WICC.
Another hot and humid day on the way. There will be scattered showers and thunderstorms through this afternoon with a high in the upper 80s and a breeze out of the south. A few showers or thunderstorms ending this evening, clearing after midnight with a low in the upper 60s to near 70. Friday, sunny and warm, less humid with a high in the mid-80s. Saturday, sunny and warm with a high again in the mid-80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
This is the Concert Guide, powered by Duchess Restaurants. Fresh food served fast.
Friday, August 22nd, see Train at Mohegan Sun Arena. Also Friday, August 22nd, John Oates at Levitt Pavilion. Saturday, August 23rd, the band Perry at Ridgefield Playhouse. Sunday, August 24th, OAR plays Mohegan Sun Arena. Tuesday, August 26th, Bonnie Raitt at Mohegan Sun. Friday, August 26th, James Taylor at the Hartford Healthcare Amphitheater. Saturday, August 30th, Extreme on the Mohegan Sun patio. Tuesday, September 2nd, it's UB40 at Ridgefield Playhouse. Saturday, September 6th, see Sheryl Crow at Xfinity Theater in Hartford. Tuesday, September 9th, Haim at Westville Music Bowl. Sunday, September 14th, Lindsey Sterling at the Hartford Healthcare Amphitheater. Friday, September 19th, Conan Gray at the Hartford Healthcare Amphitheater.
The Concert Guide. Whether it's breakfast, lunch, or dinner, get fresh food served fast at any one of 12 Duchess restaurants located throughout Connecticut. Duchess Restaurants. Fresh food served fast.
Did you know that when you talk, read, or sing with your child, you're helping to shape their brain? Every parent has the power to create a strong start for our children from the day they are born. Visit TalkingIsTeaching.org for free tips and ideas on how to transform everyday moments into magical moments for learning.
Live and local news all day. WICC 695.9. The voice of Connecticut. WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Deborah Rodriguez. President Trump has promised punishment over the war in Ukraine.
Will Russia face any consequences if Vladimir Putin does not agree to stop the war after your meeting on Friday? Yes, they will.
But he's downplaying expectations about the prospect of a peace deal at tomorrow's summit in Anchorage. Correspondent Ed O'Keefe on that virtual call with Volodymyr Zelensky and EU leaders.
In Washington, Trump said he told the Europeans Friday is just the start.
There's a very good chance that we're going to have a second meeting, which will be more productive than the first, because the first is I'm going to find out where we are and what we're doing.
European leaders wanted to talk to Trump beforehand out of concern he might make concessions to Putin when they meet alone. The president admitted he may struggle to convince Putin to stop targeting Ukrainian civilians because it hasn't worked before.
President Zelensky's just met with British Prime Minister Keir Starmer in London. In Washington, D.C., protesters greeted federal agents who took up places alongside National Guard troops and local police officers.
Why are you here? You're trying to arrest innocent people? What's your purpose? What's your goal?
President Trump has suggested he'd like to maintain his oversight of the district beyond 30 days. The school year got off to a rough start for dozens of elementary students north of Austin, Texas. Their bus veered off a rural road and rolled over. Leander Police Chief Greg Minton.
Our paramedics and firefighters and police officers identified 43 total patients from the collision. Of those, 12 needed transport. One has life-threatening injuries.
The bus was equipped with state-mandated seatbelts. What a flight it was for Breeze Airways passengers.
Flight 704 from Norfolk, Virginia to Los Angeles landed in Grand Junction, Colorado, so police could arrest David Carter of L.A.
He was saying racial slurs. He was being loud.
Passengers say he was swinging his skateboard at the flight attendants, who twice failed to restrain him.
And then the linebacker dude that was sitting in 17C literally picked this man up underneath his armpits and put him down.
No one was injured. After landing in Colorado, police boarded the plane and arrested Carter. The flight landed safely at LAX 6 hours late. Michael Wallace, CBS News.
Taylor Swift broke the internet when she unveiled her newest work on her boyfriend Travis Kelce's new Heights podcast last night.
Every single song is on this album for hundreds of reasons.
So many fans tuned in, 1.3 million. The YouTube stream crashed almost 2 hours in. The Life of a Showgirl will be released October 3rd. Dow futures are down 8. This is CBS News.
Sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Get renter's insurance to protect the things that make your place a home, including coverage for theft or damage. Visit Progressive.com.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $1 billion of tax debt for their clients. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
WICC 695.9, Connecticut Lottery Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
State Senator Ryan Fazio is officially launching his campaign for Connecticut governor. The Greenwich Republican announced his bid through a video posted to his social media pages yesterday.
Connecticut is a great state with great people. It's time for leadership that lives up to both. I'm Ryan Fazio, and I'm running for governor because this state is my home, and I refuse to just sit back and watch the decline.
Fazio was first elected to the state Senate in 2021, representing the district that includes the communities of Greenwich, Stamford, and New Canaan. He and Westport First Selectwoman Jen Tooker are the only Republicans who have shared formal plans to seek the office next year. The GOP is looking to unseat Governor Lamont, who has served 2 terms and has had consistently high poll ratings since the COVID-19 pandemic. The beaches in Bridgeport were closed yesterday due to high levels of bacteria in the water. City leaders announced the closure on social media yesterday. They say the bacteria levels are influenced by the weather, and the city does regular testing. Officials plan to share another announcement once the water is safe for swimming. And Fairfield National 12U's quest for the Little League World Series championship continues with a big win last night over Texas. The 1-0 score was due to a fantastic performance on the mound by Fairfield star pitcher Luca Pellegrini, as well as the pitcher from Texas, Shane Graw.
There's nobody that else we want on the mound besides LP. We have 5 or 6 different qualified pitchers, but when he's on the mound, our defense is settled.
Team manager Brian Palazzolo spoke at the post-game press conference about his pride in his team.
You know, we represent Connecticut. It's special. You know, now we can look a little bit ahead to Hawaii. We're here for a reason. We want to make a statement and push all the way through.
Connecticut will face off against Hawaii this Friday at 7, and the game will be on ESPN. For the Voice of Connecticut, WICC, I'm John Kamal.
Sponsored this time around, thank you, John, by the Connecticut Lottery. Now play your favorite draw games at ctilottery.org. Odds vary by game. Must be 18 or older to purchase. Help is available for problem gambling, too. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
95 southbound, it's a slow go from Bridgeport through Westport's 18 and now into Norwalk. Busy ride, building volume in Stamford, Parkway South, Trumbull, Fairfield, and then it gets busy as you approach Lake Avenue into Round Hill Road. We have a 2-car crash there blocking 1 lane. Fairfield County traffic every 10 minutes. On WICC.
Another hot and humid day on the way. There will be scattered showers and thunderstorms through this afternoon with a high in the upper 80s and a breeze out of the south. A few showers or thunderstorms ending this evening, clearing after midnight with a low in the upper 60s to near 70. Friday, sunny and warm, less humid with a high in the mid-80s. Saturday, sunny and warm with a high again in the mid-80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
What are you doing every day to support your liver? If you enjoy sweets, fast food, alcohol, or take any medications, that's a vital question to ask. Hi, I'm Sherry Torkas, pharmacist and health author. For over 30 years, I've helped people make informed decisions about their health, especially concerning prevention and long-term wellness. Supporting your liver isn't just a wellness trend, it's a daily essential. That's why I recommend Active Liver by New Nordic. It's made with plant-based ingredients like milk thistle, turmeric, and globe artichoke, herbs clinically studied for their protective and because it's backed by science, meets strict quality standards, and delivers true daily liver support.
Protect your liver and give it the support that it deserves by making Active Liver from New Nordic part of your daily wellness routine. Find Active Liver in stores at your local CVS, Meijer Grocery, or online at Amazon or newnordicusa.com.
The following message is brought to you by the Fairfield Law Offices of Estate, Trust, and Probate Attorneys Eliasson and Tenor, online at ConnecticutElderLaw.com. Here is attorney Christine Tenor.
If you are suddenly hurt or seriously ill and can't speak for yourself, what could happen to you and your family and all you care about? Will life-changing decisions be made by strangers? We all face legal, financial, and physical challenges every day at all stages of life. Don't leave important matters to chance, and don't wait until you are elderly. No one can predict what the future holds for us, so even young adults and young couples, everyone, should be prepared for the unexpected. Give your family and yourself the most important gift you can give, the gift of peace of mind.
Visit ConnecticutElderLaw.com. Eliasson and Tenor, 203-336-2566. Protecting your family's future. Eliasson and Tenor. For peace of mind, 203-336-2566.
This is where Fairfield starts the day. Melissa in the Morning on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Hey, good morning, good morning, good morning. How is everyone? 7:09, almost 7:10. All right, Paul, move the big hand to 7:10. How is everyone this morning on this Thursday, the 14th of August, as my father's customers used to say, 2025? Paul Pioric in the Weather Center today saying it'll be hot and sticky again, cloud showers, maybe a thunderstorm in the upper 80s tonight. A few clouds, upper 60s. Tomorrow, sunny, mid-80s, a mix of clouds and sun on Saturday, mid-80s. Up and underway, low to mid-70s, depending upon where you are, as they taught us to say in radio school all those years ago. Going to talk with one of the friends of the afternoon show. I had this gentleman on from time to time. We'll talk with him right after the news at the bottom of the hour. Derby Fire Commissioner Gary Parker. He's got a ton of experience. You know, you're hearing now of, and I've had Gary on the afternoon show to talk about this. A lot of these volunteer fire departments are downsizing, being disbanded completely. You know, even in cities and towns that have career or paid departments and don't. So we'll talk to Gary about that, and I know he's told me before. Starting to get a little tough to get men and women to be volunteer firefighters around the state. Men and women who largely, unless they're retired, have other jobs they've got to run from when they get an alarm at all hours of the day or night. So we'll talk about the status of volunteer firefighters and fire departments with Gary Parker coming up after the news at the bottom of the hour. Of course, one of the big stories today, hip, hip, hooray for Fairfield. They beat a team from Texas last night in the Little League World Series 1-0. So that's one win. They get a day off today for those kids and their families, and they take on Hawaii on ESPN tomorrow night at 7 o'clock. So go Fairfield. Luca Pellegrini tossing another great game there. Just a 1-0 win there, but as long as you have one more than the other side, that is all you need. 203-333-9422 if you want to weigh in on any of this or get us with a big, gracious good morning. By the way, news yesterday, and this is kind of interesting, and I have a question here that I always pose about this one person. President Trump yesterday announcing the recipients of the annual Kennedy Center Awards. And, you know, this is a yearly thing where whomever's in the White House, obviously, they search out recommendations and they get recommendations, whatever, as to who should get a Kennedy Center honors. And that's a big thing. That's supposed to transcend politics, whatever. And it certainly was a one of my favorite words. It was a cornucopia of awardees or award winners yesterday announced by Mr. Trump. Country music star George Strait, who is just, you know, he is on the Mount Rushmore of country music. Yes. Occasionally you will find me walking around the studio here, people staring at me, and I'm just going, Amarillo by morning. Sorry. So George Strait, Gloria Gaynor, I Will Survive, actor-singer Michael Crawford, you know him from Broadway and stage and all that. Kiss, yes. What are they going to play? So Kiss, and thankfully, Sylvester Stallone. I have a question, and I was musing about this, a little talk yesterday when this story broke. Can somebody explain to me? Now we know what it is. That's a rhetorical question. It's snobbery by the critics. But can somebody explain to me how Sylvester Stallone has never won an Academy Award? How is that possible? Now, obviously, come on. What film critic is going to give him an Academy Award for the Rocky movies? And you say, well, Paul, Stallone. No. Go away from the Rocky movies. I mean, and he's got a hit streaming show again now. Tulsa King, guy that was sprung out of jail by the mob, and now he's got to go take over Tulsa, Oklahoma for the mob. He's great in that. And I know there's a character, Adrian. Yeah, but let me ask you something. How has a guy who's made, I don't know, how many Rocky movies are there? 37 or something like that? But seriously, this guy has developed and refined and acted and produced a character that is ingrained in the fiber of America. And I know there are movie franchises like crazy. Star Wars, Star Trek, Lord of the Rings, James Bond, whatever. And those are Avatar. Those are all great. Need for Speed or Fast and Furious, whatever the hell that movie was. But how has Sly Stallone never won an Academy Award? And I mean, did you see him in Creed in 2016? Come on. I mean, and by the way, what might be his greatest performance ever? He played not a small town, but a suburban New York sheriff named Freddie Heflin in a dramatic role, and this must have been 1997, 1998, something like that. It was one of those things that he did like between Rocky movies. I'll do this one. And I got to look up the title of the movie here. Eric, do me a favor. Just type in Sylvester Stallone, Sheriff Freddie Heflin. What was the name of that movie? Because I tell people all the time, this might have been his greatest performance ever. And it had a pretty good cast in it. Copland. Thank you, Eric. Folks, I am telling you, if you've never seen it, spend the $2 or whatever and watch Copland. How he didn't win something for that is beyond me. But again, and he's one of my personal favorites, but think about it. How has this guy, he's been nominated for 3 Academy Awards. Best Actor and Best Original Screenplay for the first Rocky in 1977, which he should have won. And Best Supporting Actor in Creed in 2016. And how has Sly Stallone never won an Academy Award? So good on him, good for the White House, good for the Kennedy Center. Good to see Sly get something. Unbelievable. Oh, my God. You want me to vote for a man in a boxing movie? Oh, my God, that's just horrible. Traffic and weather together right here on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Delayed southbound on the Connecticut Turnpike, Bridgeport's 26 through Southport. It is stop and go past that as you make your way through Westport, Saugatuck 17, in through Norwalk. More volume now 9 to exit 7 in Stamford southbound. Stop and go on the Parkway coming out of Trumbull into Fairfield. Still working on clearing that 2-car crash in Greenwich between 29 and 28 Round Hill Road. That is got one lane shut down and it's slow going through that area. Fairfield County traffic every 10 minutes on WICC.
Good morning. We finally got the rain we needed. First rain since August 1st. The heaviest down by Greenwich with about 1.5 inches. Stamford had nearly 2 inches, and Norwalk just about 1.5 inches. The heaviest amounts just to our west. And now we have more showers and thunderstorms on and off through this afternoon, and then great weather tomorrow and the weekend. Right now we are off to a warm and humid start. It is 73 degrees in Bridgeport. Our dew point is 70, very humid, a little bit of fog here and there in low-lying areas and by the water. Our barometer is 2988 on the way down, and the wind very light right now to the north at about 3. That will shift out of the south by later this morning. So another hot and humid day on the way, upper 80s to near 90. Well, there will be scattered showers and thunderstorms through this afternoon. Later on this evening and overnight, clearing after midnight with the breeze shifting out of the northwest, and by daybreak we'll be in the upper 60s. Tomorrow, very nice. Wouldn't be a bad idea for a 3-day weekend. Sunny, less humid, with a high in the mid-80s. The weekend, not bad, but more in the way of humidity. Saturday, look for a good deal of sun, a little more humid with a high in the mid-80s. Sunday, a lot of the sun as well. Another great weekend, believe it or not. Sunday will be a hot day with a high of 90. There will be a front moving on by Sunday night, and then cooler and less humid by Monday. We'll see a good deal of sun with a high of 80. Tuesday is sunny with a high of 80, and Wednesday a few showers with a high of 80. Right now we have readings in the 70s, a very warm and humid beginning to the day. There will be showers and thunderstorms through this afternoon with a high in the upper 80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Pioric on WICC.
For the latest news in Southern Connecticut, WICC is where you turn first on 600 AM and now 95.9 on FM. Hear your favorite live and local shows during the week. Melissa in the Morning, The Lisa Wexler Show, Connecticut Today with Paul Piselli on both 600 and 95.9. Plus more live and local news updates on weekends to keep you informed. You found the voice of Connecticut. WICC 600 and 95.9.
Who picks Post University? People who pick Post are people who believe in themselves and their potential. Post people want a school that helps them succeed on their terms, on their budget, and on their schedule. They want on-campus activities and online flexibility. Most of all, they want an education that could help prepare them for success in over 50 fields. Because when you're an Eagle, the sky's the limit. Are you a Post person? Find out now at post.edu.
For over a century, Abriola Parkview Funeral Home in Trumbull has been a beacon of support and compassion for families navigating the profound challenges of grief and loss. Family owned since 1906, we are dedicated to helping you honor your loved ones with dignity and respect. Trust our experienced team to guide you through this difficult time, allowing you to celebrate a life well lived. Abriola.com, your legacy, our commitment.
Hi, I'm Lee Gainham, that garden guy from Gainham's Garden Center and Florist in Fairfield. Do you have questions about your garden? Tune into That Garden Guy Sunday mornings at 8 for an hour of lively talk about your favorite pastime. We'll have weekly do's and don'ts and gardening tips of the week for our specific area, and we'll take your phone calls so we can offer solutions to problems you may be having in your lawn and garden right now. Call in and talk with me, That Garden Guy, Sunday mornings at 8 on WICC 600 and 95.9.
You're listening to WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut, broadcasting from the Town Fair Tire Studios. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire.
She's got all the news you need before anyone else. Back to Melissa in the Morning on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Let me tell you something you already know. The world ain't all sunshine and rainbows. It's a very mean and nasty place, and I don't care how tough you are, it will beat you to your knees and keep you there permanently if you let it. You, me, or nobody is gonna hit as hard as life. But it ain't about how hard you hit. It's about how hard you can get hit and keep moving forward. How much you can take and keep moving forward. That's how winning is done. Now, if you know what you're worth, now go out and get what you're worth. But you got to be willing to take the hits and not pointing fingers saying you ain't where you want to be because of him or her or anybody. Cowards do that, and that ain't you. You're better than that. I'm always going to love you no matter what. No matter what happens. You're my son, you're my blood. You're the best thing in my life. But until you start believing in yourself, you ain't going to have a life. Don't forget to visit your mother.
There you go. How has that man never won an Academy Award? Oh my God, we can't do that. It's a boxing movie. Tom in Derby's with us this morning at 7:24. Tom, good morning. How are you?
Good. May I attempt to augment a great idea about giving Sylvester Stallone an Academy Award for everything? Because John Wayne got one for True Grit, but it was about...
Great movie.
Okay, and quickly, one more great star that never got an Acad, Kirk Douglas.
Really?
If you ever screen up 1962's Lonely Are the Brave, and play the part where he and Jenna Rollins are embraced.
Okay.
It's not a sex scene.
Yeah.
Just listen to the dialogue.
Yeah.
And if you aren't convinced, I got nothing more to say. And I thank you for bringing up the part about Sylvester because I'm a fan too.
Yeah. You know,
the good work, Paul.
Yeah, thank you, Tom. Appreciate that. Yeah, listen, the thing with Stallone is, and look, the mark of a great actor or actress, I know you're not supposed to say actress anymore, female actor, whatever. I'm old and suburban and fat and balding. What do you want from me? No, but seriously, that scene I just played from Rocky Balboa, I mean, that doesn't have to be a sports monologue or a work monologue or a home monologue. It can be anything. But as Tom just said, you know, there are scenes there that just touch you. And I know nobody should win something on one scene, but the guy's got a pretty good resume. So listen, look, we know why. You know, the critics, and look, my son works in the entertainment business, and he tells me, yeah, you know, these critics, they can still make or break something, but it's interesting. So we shall see. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. It's Paul in for Melissa. Melissa in the morning. Traffic and weather together on the 6s right here on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Parkway southbound, it is slow going between Trumbull and Fairfield. Now building as you head down the hill into Route 7 in Norwalk. Still working on clearing that crash in Greenwich. It is heavy from Lake Avenue to Round Hill Road. One lane is open through that area. Southbound on the Connecticut Turnpike, it is slow coming out of Bridgeport's 26 into Fairfield. Stop and go Westport into Norwalk. And I'm seeing delays in Stamford 2-9 to exit 7. Fairfield County traffic every 10 minutes on WICC.
Warm and humid through this afternoon. There will be scattered showers and thunderstorms. The high in the upper 80s and a breeze out of the south. Showers or thunderstorms end this evening, clearing after midnight with a low in the upper 60s to near 70. Friday, sunny and warm, less humid with a high in the mid-80s. Saturday, sunny and warm with a high again in the mid-80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You can't see it, you can't smell it, but radon gas could be putting your family at risk. Radon is an invisible, odorless gas that could be lurking in your home and cause serious risk to your family's health. Protect your family with a free on-site radon test from Apex Radon Solutions, your local Connecticut certified radon specialist. Apex Radon Solutions is offering free in-home radon test kits to help you detect and protect. Go to apexradonsolutions.com today to get your kit. Healthy air, healthy home with Apex Radon Solutions. Here at Stamford Health, expert care begins with a conversation, where big innovations are helping the tiniest patients in our NICU, and mental health means community health. Here, we're collaborating with world-class partners like Columbia University Irving Medical Center, Dana-Farber Brigham Cancer Center, and HSS to redefine cardiac, neurological, cancer, and orthopedic care. From the everyday to the complex. Stamford Health. Care. It's different here.
Chronic migraine is 15 or more headache days a month, each lasting 4 hours or more.
Botox, onabotulinum toxin A, prevents headaches in adults with chronic migraine before they start. It's not for those with 14 or fewer headache days a month. It prevents on average 8 to 9 headache days a month versus 6 to 7 for placebo.
Prescription Botox is injected by your doctor. Effects of Botox may spread hours to weeks after injection, causing serious symptoms. Alert your doctor right away, as difficulty swallowing, speaking, breathing, eye problems, or muscle weakness can be signs of a life-threatening condition. Patients with these conditions before injection are at highest risk. Side effects may include allergic reactions, neck and injection site pain, fatigue, and headache. Allergic reactions can include rash, welts, asthma symptoms, and dizziness. Don't receive Botox if there's a skin infection. Tell your doctor your medical history, muscle or nerve conditions, including ALS, Lou Gehrig's disease, myasthenia gravis, or Lambert-Eaton syndrome, and medications, including botulinum toxins, as these may increase the risk of serious side effects.
Why wait? Ask your doctor, visit BotoxChronicMigraine.com, or call 1-800-44-BOTOX to learn more.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. President Trump sent a message to Russian President Vladimir Putin ahead of their one-on-one meeting Friday on Ukraine when asked if there would be consequences if he doesn't cooperate on a ceasefire.
Yes, they will. Yeah.
What will the consequences
There will be
be?
consequences.
Sanctions, tariffs?
There will be, I don't have to say, there will be very severe consequences.
Flash flood warnings have expired now in parts of Tennessee after flooding left 4 people dead. Correspondent Nicole Valdez is in Chattanooga.
Rescuers, including fire officials, had to use boats to get to people here and get them to safety, evacuating them from their homes.
The National Guard presence is now visible on the streets of Washington, D.C., as CBS's Eleanor Watson reports from the Pentagon on the role of those troops.
What they're allowed to do is actually pretty broad, but what defense officials say their mission is, and this role is strictly to support local and federal law enforcement.
CBS News Brief. I'm Michael Toscano.
WICC 695.9, Connecticut Lottery Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
State Senator Ryan Fazio is officially launching his campaign for Connecticut governor. The Greenwich Republican announced his bid through a video posted to his social media pages yesterday.
Connecticut is a great state with great people. It's time for leadership that lives up to both. I'm Ryan Fazio, and I'm running for governor because this state is my home, and I refuse to just sit back and watch the decline.
Fazio was first elected to the state Senate in 2021, representing the district that includes the communities of Greenwich, Stamford, and New Canaan. He and Westport 1st Select Woman Jen Tooker are the only Republicans who have shared formal plans to seek the office next year. New Britain Mayor Aaron Stewart is also in the mix and has raised more than $300,000 in small contributions to gain an early advantage.
It's another thing when you have a candidate who's running for the right reasons to make a true difference in the state of Connecticut, who has a record of winning.
The GOP is looking to unseat Governor Lamont, who has served 2 terms and has had consistently high poll ratings since the COVID-19 pandemic. The governor has not said whether he will seek re-election, saying he will announce his decision late this summer or early fall.
Maybe it's a time where experience makes a difference. That's not a yes or a no, though. That's a way of saying I'm thinking about it seriously. I'm thinking about it with Susan. I'm thinking about it with Andy Lamont.
Connecticut's community college system is ranked 14th nationally, according to the website Wallet Hub. The survey is based on factors including cost, student-faculty ratio, graduation rates, and postgraduate earnings. Other New England systems in the top 20 are New Hampshire, ranked 9th, and Massachusetts at 19th. The beaches in Bridgeport were closed yesterday due to high levels of bacteria in the water. City leaders announced the closure on social media yesterday. They say the bacteria levels are influenced by the weather, and the city does regular testing. Beaches statewide have faced frequent closures for similar reasons all summer long, and Ansel Aristed from the Department of Energy and Environmental Protection said that the decision to close a swimming area often comes down to two factors.
Animal waste and rainfall. That rain isn't able to just soak into the ground. So it sheets off the surface a lot of the times because there's so much of it in such a short period of time. And when it sheets off the surface, well, now it's going to be picking up those contaminants, some of which are going to be the pet waste and the waterfowl waste.
Officials plan to share another announcement once the water is safe for swimming. A Stanford dog shelter is getting a little financial boost from country star Miranda Lambert. The singer's Mutt Nation Foundation has chosen Lucky Dog Refuge as one of this year's grant recipients through the Mutts Across America program. The organization selects one shelter in each state to receive a $5,000 grant every year through the initiative. Lucky Dog Refuge focuses on caring for canines that need medical attention and other immediate support. And Fairfield National 12U's quest for the Little League World Series championship continues with a big win last night over Texas. The 1-0 score was due to a fantastic performance on the mound by Fairfield star pitcher Luca Pellegrini, as well as the pitcher from Texas, Shane Graw.
There's nobody that else we want on the mound besides LP. We have 5 or 6 different qualified pitchers, but when he's on the mound, our defense is settled.
Team manager Brian Palazzolo spoke at the post-game press conference about his pride in his team.
You know, we represent Connecticut. It's special. Now we can look a little bit ahead to Hawaii. We're here for a reason. We want to make a statement and push all the way through.
Connecticut will face off against Hawaii this Friday at 7, and the game will be on ESPN. For the Voice of Connecticut, WICC, I'm John Kamal.
Right, you are John, sponsored by the Fairfield Law Office of Eliafson and Tenor. Hey, give your family and yourself the most important gift you can give. That, of course, peace of mind. Visit ConnecticutElderLaw.com.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
All clear southbound Parkway in Greenwich. Earlier 2-car has been cleared. We are seeing some more volume, though, southbound on the Connecticut Turnpike from Fairfield into Westport's 18. And then once again, about Saugatuck 17 through Norwalk. And stop and go through Stamford. And delays southbound on Route 8 in Ansonia. It's just a busy ride. Fairfield County traffic every 10 minutes on WICC.
Another hot and humid day on the way. There will be scattered showers and thunderstorms through this afternoon with a high in the upper 80s and a breeze out of the south. A few showers or thunderstorms ending this evening, clearing after midnight with a low in the upper 60s to near 70. Friday, sunny and warm, less humid with a high in the mid-80s. Saturday, sunny and warm with a high again in the mid-80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Ready for a confident new smile? At Downtown Dental, get Invisalign or veneers with the best quality at the lowest price. Missing teeth from decay or an injury? Fix your smile fast with dental implants for just $999 with crowns and dental implants in a day.
I'm so glad I went to Downtown Dental for my implants. My teeth look amazing, and it was painless and affordable.
I smile with confidence because of Downtown Dental.
Offices in Bridgeport, Norwalk, and West Haven. Call Downtown Dental. DowntownDentalCT.com.
Plunge into the vibrant unknown this summer at the Maritime Aquarium. Immerse yourself in wonder and let the joy of discovery color your memories, even as the sun sets on another great day. With a range of experiences that are sure to inspire guests of any age, your visit isn't just an adventure. It's a front row seat to the brilliant show of life on Earth. Visit maritimeaquarium.org to choose your summer adventure today.
Free on your radio and free on your phone. Find the Voice of Connecticut in your app store. It's Melissa in the Morning on WICC 695.9.
Hey there. Good morning. How are you? 7:36, almost 7:30, 7:23 before 8. Paul PR calling for a day with another cloudy, showery sky out there. Maybe a thunderstorm later on, mid to upper 80s. All right, 203-333. 9422-333 WICC. Paul and for Melissa on the Melissa in the Morning program. I've spoken to this gentleman numerous times in the afternoon on the afternoon show when there are fire issues in the news, particularly in the Fairfield County and Valley areas. He's a volunteer firefighter for almost 50 years, past captain of the Pagusset Hook and Ladder Company in Derby, retired fire chief in Derby, currently serves as a structures specialist on a FEMA Urban Search and Rescue Task Force, former Derby Public Works Commissioner for a stretch, 92 to 2006, and was appointed a fire commissioner in Derby in 2019. Gary Parker's with us again. Gary, good morning. How are you, sir?
Good morning, Paul. How are you?
I'm good, Gary. Gary, do you fit all that on one business card or what? What's up with all that stuff you've done? Does that fit on one card?
I learned at a young age to sleep fast, Paul.
Yeah.
But,
I
do have to make one correction, if I may just interrupt. I'm not on the team any longer.
Oh, okay.
Just moved on from that, but everything else is still going.
All right. Now, and again, Gary, we've had you on, I know, in the past in the afternoon to talk about various fire issues, including the volunteer departments. And I guess there's been a couple things in the news lately about some municipalities in the state downsizing or getting rid of their volunteers or whatever. So what is the scenario, Gary, as you know it, and what your contacts are telling you about the status of volunteer firefighters in the state?
Sure, Paul. I haven't heard, that people are, the term getting rid of, but what I think is what's happening more so is there's a lack of new blood volunteers coming into anywhere. Mm-hmm. It's really a nationwide program. As we've talked about before, in the state of Connecticut, the requirements to be a volunteer firefighter are really no different than those for the career firefighters.
Yeah.
So same training, same requirements, same recertifications each year, and it becomes problemsome to when the firefighting end is not your primary source of income.
Sure.
And you have another job or two other jobs to do and family obligations. So we've certainly have seen a downward trend to the point where even locally some companies have at least announced some closures.
Mm-hmm. So what happens, Gary, if you have a scenario where a city or maybe a smaller or medium-sized town doesn't have enough volunteers? I mean, if the trend is dropping off, does that mean then that city or town is eventually going to have to go with a career department paid for by the taxpayers? I mean, that could happen, right, or not?
It could, and I mean the basic services that any municipality needs to supply their citizens is obviously law enforcement, ambulance, and fire. So it's not like something you can put off, or any city could put off. But the way I would see it, the likely scenarios is as volunteers continue to trickle off, there'll be more regionalization among communities, to form to make the economics work for a career type system, and they usually go from a 100% volunteer to maybe a combined, some paid, some volunteer. And then over time that trickles to a career system. So it's not a good scenario, no matter what it is. When you have people that volunteers truly do it for the love of it, for the will to do well for their community, and not to say that the career guys don't, because they do. This is not a business where anybody does it for the money. It's you have to love it to be able to do it.
Yeah, and Gary, I would think that once this starts, this loss of manpower, Gary, it might be tough to stop because, and I've spoken to you and my producer Chris and other people. When there's a line of volunteer firefighters, in the family, sometimes that's passed down, right? And other family members want to do it. But I would think, Gary, that if you have that break of a generation or somebody that for whatever reason, physical limitations or just too busy at work, doesn't do it, it must be tough to restart that again among a circle of family and friends.
It is tough, and not to be. I'm certainly not a social psychologist by any means, but in today's society, there seems to be a lack of willing to help. I mean, people would rather videotape than jump in.
Yeah,
and you know that transcends the fire service. It's as you said, there's a lot of legacy families in the fire service where grandfathers, fathers, and then sons pick up the service. That's not so much anymore. And then a lot of the newer recruits that come in, that do come into the volunteer service, many of them are looking to do it, as perhaps a stepping stone or the first step into the door to a career job down the road.
Yeah.
So, which is not the end of the world either. I mean, those usually many of those members continue to volunteer, but it's an issue that we're dealing with.
Yeah. Gary, thank you. Derby Fire Commissioner Gary Parker, long, still going on, long career in fire prevention, fire safety, and firefighting into and through the area. Gary, always good to chat with you, my friend. We'll be back in touch, okay?
Thank you, Paul. I look forward. Take care. Have a good one.
You too. Gary Parker there, Derby Fire Commissioner Gary Parker, a long line of service there in many municipalities, firefighting, prevention, and otherwise. Yeah, it's tough, folks. It's one of those things that just you can't make somebody become a volunteer firefighter. You just can't. And I've talked to people who've done it over well, why do you do it? Well, my dad did it. Well, why did he do it? Well, my grandfather and my great-grandfather did it. But think about, and it's one of these things that we take for granted, too. We have a scenario of, hey, these are, they have a volunteer firefighting. Oh, okay, then they'll have career. All right, fine. Well, the volunteers are, a lot of times they get alarms, calls on their phones, pagers. They still use pagers, I don't know, scanners. And they're at a job somewhere. And that's another thing. You got to have bosses who are, amenable to this. Say, hey, in the middle of a meeting, if I get a call here for a fire a couple of miles away, I got to go. Tough scenario. On the 6s, 746, 14 before 8. Traffic and weather together. It's Paul and for Melissa. Melissa in the morning right here on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Not seeing a reason for this, but we do have a lot of volume southbound from Seymour into Ansonia on Route 8 South. It is stop and go on the Connecticut Turnpike heading out of Westport's 18 Sherwood Island through Norwalk. Heavy volume now from the Roten into Stamford at exit 6. Stop and go on the Parkway, Trumbull, Fairfield. Fairfield County traffic every 10 minutes on WICC.
Good morning. We finally got the rain yesterday. The heaviest amounts to our west in Greenwich, about 1.5 inches. Stamford, nearly 2 inches. In Norwalk, we had more than 1 inch. So we needed the rain, first rain since August 1st, and there will be more on the way through the afternoon. We have a few scattered showers and thunderstorms through this evening. Right now we are off to a warm and humid start. We have a reading generally in the 70s statewide. It is now 74 in Bridgeport, warm. Our dew point is 70, humid. The breeze very light right now out of the north. That will shift south later this morning, and the barometer is 2988. That will be on the way up later in the afternoon and during the evening. We do have a For the most part, a dry start, but there will be more showers and thunderstorms moving in later this afternoon. It will be on the humid side, very warm with a high in the upper 80s. Later this evening and overnight, any showers end early, clearing after midnight with a low at daybreak in the upper 60s. Friday should be a great day. A lot of sun, less humid. It'll be a warm day in the mid-80s, but again, not nearly as humid with that wind shifting out of the northwest. A summer weekend ahead. Saturday, sunny, moderately humid with a high in the mid-80s. Sunday, sunny, hot, and more humid with a high near 90. There will be a front moving on by Sunday night that may deliver a shower or two. And then behind that, great weather next week. Monday, sunny again with a high near 80. Tuesday, sunny with a high in the low 80s. And Wednesday, we'll see a few showers with a high in the upper 70s to near 80. Currently, the sun is out, a very warm and humid start. We've got more showers and thunderstorms scattered through this afternoon, clearing after midnight. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Hi, this is David from Standard Oil. If you use propane to heat your home, now is the right time to sign up for automatic delivery and our award-winning service. We deliver propane for heating your home, propane for your cooktop, propane for your pool heater, and propane for your generator. We can even install a new propane fireplace in time for the holiday festivities. Most importantly, our technicians work 24/7 to provide you with the absolute best service possible. So for all your heating oil, air conditioning, and propane needs, call Standard Oil today or visit us online at standardoil.com.
At Maritime Chevrolet of Fairfield, you have more choices. Opt for a courtesy loaner vehicle or have us pick up, transport, and redeliver your car. And now, Mobile Service Plus. You can now request service from your home or office. Think of us as the DoorDash of service for your vehicle maintenance needs. Brakes, tires, oil changes, even diagnostic and software updates, all without leaving your home or work. We meet you on your terms at MaritimeChevy.com, where superior hospitality comes standard.
Back to the news and talk. Thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC 695.9. It's Melissa in the morning.
And it's Paul and for Melissa. Good morning, good morning, good morning, and good morning to you. It's 7:50, 10 before 8, 203-333. 9422 333 WICC. Thanks once again to Gary Parker talking about the volunteer firefighters in, to, and through Connecticut. A lot of active companies in the Valley and all over the state. But think about something. And whether they're career firefighters or what they call volunteers or what we call career firefighters, paid departments, career or paid firefighters, EMTs, whatever. And again, there aren't volunteer police. You have paid departments, or sometimes in the smaller areas, you have resident state troopers. Think about this scenario. What would ever happen? Now, I guess the government would have to do it. But can you think about what the scenario would be if, and how do we know this is not going to happen? Thankfully, it hasn't happened. Imagine if nobody wanted to do the really tough jobs. Think about it. No matter who's paying for it, whether it's your local city like Bridgeport, Hartford, or New Haven, or smaller towns in the state, or whatever. But think about the key things, as Gary said, that taxpayers expect on some kind of a level: police, fire, EMT. Those are the first responders, police, and fire. And then on a somewhat lower level, and when I mean lower, I'm not talking about quality or importance of work, but on a level of public safety, public works people, whatever. But I often wonder about that. No matter who's paying for it, whether in fact it's a volunteer firefighter or a paid career municipal department firefighter or a police officer or a first responder, an EMT, an ambulance crew, whatever. What now, granted, some of it's volunteer with the fire department, I get it. But what would happen if men and women just decided, I don't want to do that? And you hear and read now, particularly, and this has come up now in this big controversy regarding what the White House and President Trump are doing for law enforcement in D.C., whether it's a political tactic or there's an honest effort there to give people more safety in D.C. I get it. I understand that. That's for another discussion for another day. But, when you think about it, you hear, for example, the D.C. police union head's been making the media rounds, and he's been saying, well, we're 800 and, what do you say, they're 850 men and women short of what the officers they want or need? And that's a lot in a department that's only about 4,000. So, you have an undermanned, understaffed department there by almost 25%. Now, what are the reasons for that? Who knows? Politics, money, whatever. But think about, not just in D.C. or not just in Washington or wherever, but here in Connecticut, whatever. Think about what would happen. And I guess everybody does have their price. If the pay is high enough, they will do it. That's why a lot of sweeteners are in these municipal service contracts. But imagine if City Bridgeport or Hartford or New Haven or smaller municipalities in Fairfield County, Shelton, Derby, Ansonia, whatever, Stratford, Milford. Can you imagine a time where, no, I don't want to be a firefighter. No, police work ain't for me. No, I don't want to be an EMT. And then imagine if the state and municipality said, holy geez, we're in trouble here. Let's double or triple the pay. And what if that doesn't solve the problem? Again, thankfully, we haven't been subjected to that, but I wanted to mention that because I was thinking about what Gary was talking about, whether it's a paid firefighter or a volunteer firefighter. You still have to want to do the job. And maybe it's genetic, maybe it's, forensic, maybe it is built into the human psyche or the brain or that gray matter slop between our ears. But people, pay is one thing, benefits are another thing. I get it, I understand it. But you still want to do the job. And that's one thing I always marvel at when I see firefighters. When I see police officers, when you see EMTs, whether they're career people, doing that 24/7, 365, 40 hours a week, 52 hours, 52 weeks a year, versus somebody who, is volunteering, you still have to have a desire to, as an EMT, tend to somebody with a gunshot wound who may be bleeding out in the street. As a firefighter, you still have to dig deep in you as a man or woman and help that person who is screaming from a window with fire and or smoke up their back. And you still have to have something in you that when these people get, calls of an active shooter, they're not running away from that. They're running toward that. Thank God we have people that want to do that. There's got to be something, maybe it's part of whatever great divine planning we have in this life. But think about the fact that generally we can find enough people to, do some pretty grisly work that we all expect, right? It's all, the fire department's over there. Well, what if nobody wanted to be a firefighter? Think about that. Or a police officer or a first responder, EMT. Traffic and weather together. It's Paul and for Melissa on the 6 to 756 right here on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
If you're just hopping onto the Connecticut Turnpike, it's slow out of Westport's 18 now through Norwalk. And then a delay from exit 9 in Stamford down to exit 6. And some minor delays now northbound in Greenwich as you weave through that construction area. Parkway southbound, stop and go, Trumbull Fairfield. A little bit of volume in New Canaan. And Seymour into Ansonia southbound. Heavy ride this morning on Route 8. Fairfield County traffic every 10 minutes on WICC.
Warm and humid through this afternoon. There will be scattered showers and thunderstorms. The high in the upper 80s and a breeze out of the south. Showers or thunderstorms end this evening, clearing after midnight with a low in the upper 60s to near 70. Friday, sunny and warm, less humid with a high in the mid-80s. Saturday, sunny and warm with a high again in the mid-80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Thank you, Paul. Appreciate that. A couple of minutes till news. Paul in for Melissa. Joe in Madison this morning. Joe, good morning. How are you?
Good morning, Paul. I'm fine. Thanks again for your show.
Thank you, sir.
And
what's up?
A couple issues. You know how much the unions, though, control everything.
Oh, sure.
Years ago, we had supernumeraries in our town.
Yeah.
Who would do the construction site,
Mm-hmm.
and the unions forced up the hours of training needed. That no one ever wants to volunteer for a job or take a low-paying job because the hours of training are so high that they just said it's not worth it. So that goes to your, you wish to be a fireman or whatever.
Yeah.
The same thing could happen with the volunteer firemen. We have very good volunteer firemen here, but if the union says, you have to do 1,000 hours of training, then some of the people won't volunteer.
Yeah, and a buddy of mine years ago, Joe, thank you. Appreciate the call. Take care. Yeah, he was a super, I have trouble. Supernumerary. Basically an auxiliary cop, but there are, it did, and please don't, I may have misused that too. But you know what we're talking about here. Supernumeraries. I'm going to have to see, Joe. See what you did now? But yeah, no matter what it is, people still want to have to do it. Buddy of mine was a supernumerary in an area town. And it's a very funny story. But he told me about the time that he basically had to arrest one of his own high school buddies. Very funny story. Very funny story about how the guy was, I guess he had a few too many and didn't realize he was wrestling as a supernumerary. He looked up and it was one of his old high school buddies. Well, when he realized who it was, he instantly calmed down. But just think about that. Yeah, there have to be people that want to do that. All right, phone number, text number, same thing, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC on Melissa in the Morning.
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is the CBS World News Roundup, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Deborah Rodriguez. The world is watching as President Trump and Russia's Vladimir Putin gear up for tomorrow's summit in Alaska. Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky, who's not invited, shook hands with British Prime Minister Keir Starmer. The two leaders hugged before they met in London this morning. In Moscow, Putin told a meeting of top officials he thinks the U.S. administration is making energetic and sincere efforts to end the fighting in Ukraine. Correspondent Nancy Cordes is in Anchorage.
President Trump tempered expectations, saying his sit-down with Russian President Vladimir Putin tomorrow is just a prelude to trilateral talks that will include Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky.
Now, there may be no second meeting because if I feel that it's not appropriate to have it because I didn't get the answers that we have to have, then we're not going to have a second meeting.
Trump's new framing came amid a full court press from European leaders who met with him via video call Wednesday and urged him to push for a full ceasefire first and haggle over Russian-held territory later.
The Northeast is drying out from serious flash flooding, a day after 4 people died in severe flooding in Tennessee. 6 inches of rain fell in just a few hours near Brenda Bryan's home in Chattanooga.
A rescue boat came and got me off my front porch and my 2 dogs and took me to safety.
A couple and their child were killed when a tree fell on their car. Another person died when he was swept away by the floodwaters. A Breeze flight from Norfolk to L.A. made an emergency landing in Grand Junction, Colorado, after a drunken passenger shouting racial slurs waved a skateboard at the crew, then broke free from his restraints.
Thank you!
Cheers went up in the cabin when another passenger came to the rescue.
The linebacker dude that was sitting in 17th seat literally picked this man up underneath his armpits and put him down.
A federal appeals court has ruled President Trump can withhold billions of dollars in foreign aid. Loyola Law's Lori Levinson.
The big issue here is whether Congress will push back by having the Government Accountability Office challenge what Trump has done. So far, that hasn't happened.
New research finds that if you can beat one addiction, you may very well be successful at giving up another bad habit. CBS's Michael George explains.
The National Institutes of Health found people who gave up cigarettes had a 42% improved chance of overcoming substance use disorder for alcohol and other substances. The study's authors say smoking cessation programs could be used to help people beat other addictions.
Dow futures down 11. This is CBS News.
Progressive Insurance, with insurance for cars, home, boat, motorcycles, RVs, and commercial vehicles at 1-800-PROGRESSIVE and Progressive.com.
WICC 695.9, Connecticut Lottery Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
State Senator Ryan Fazio is officially launching his campaign for Connecticut governor. The Greenwich Republican announced his bid through a video posted to his social media pages yesterday.
Connecticut is a great state with great people. It's time for leadership that lives up to both. I'm Ryan Fazio, and I'm running for governor because this state is my home, and I refuse to just sit back and watch the decline.
Fazio was first elected to the state Senate in 2021, representing the district that includes the communities of Greenwich, Stamford, and New Canaan. He and Westport 1st Selectwoman Jen Tooker are the only Republicans who have shared formal plans to seek the office next year. The GOP is looking to unseat Governor Lamont, who has served 2 terms and has had consistently high poll ratings since the COVID-19 pandemic. The beaches in Bridgeport were closed yesterday due to high levels of bacteria in the water. City leaders announced the closure on social media yesterday. They say the bacteria levels are influenced by the weather, and the city does regular testing. Officials plan to share another announcement once the water is safe for swimming. And Fairfield National 12U's quest for the Little League World Series championship continues with a big win last night over Texas. The 1-0 score was due to a fantastic performance on the mound by Fairfield star pitcher Luca Pellegrini, as well as the pitcher from Texas, Shane Graw.
There's nobody that else we want on the mound besides LP. We have 5 or 6 different qualified pitchers, but when he's on the mound, our defense is settled.
Team manager Brian Palazzolo spoke at the post-game press conference about his pride in his team.
You know, we represent Connecticut. It's special. You know, now we can look a little bit ahead to Hawaii. We're here for a reason. We want to make a statement and push all the way through.
Connecticut will face off against Hawaii this Friday at 7, and the game will be on ESPN. For the Voice of Connecticut, WICC, I'm John Kamal.
All right, thank you, John. And John, this time around right here on WICC is brought to you by the fine folks at Optimum Business. Hey, stay ahead of cyber threats with fast and secure fiber internet starting at $65 a month with 99.9% network reliability. Check them out. Visit optimum.com/business today.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
There are delays southbound from Seymour into Ansonia, Route 8. Just a slow, heavy ride there this morning. Also on the Connecticut Turnpike, it's heavy. Coming past Saugatuck 17 through Norwalk, lots of volume in Stamford. Now I'm looking at delays from Main Street into the merge of 95 on the 25-8. Parkway southbound stop and go from Trumbull through the Fairfield Rest area. And just after Norwalk's Route 7 on the way into New Canaan. Fairfield County traffic every 10 minutes on WICC.
Another hot and humid day on the way. There will be scattered showers and thunderstorms through this afternoon with a high in the upper 80s and a breeze out of the south. A few showers or thunderstorms ending this evening, clearing after midnight with a low in the upper 60s to near 70. Friday, sunny and warm, less humid with a high in the mid-80s. Saturday, sunny and warm with a high again in the mid-80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Selling your home is a numbers game. The more potential buyers who see it, the greater the opportunity to sell. And when your home is listed on Smart MLS, more than 21,000 realtors see it, and so do all their buyers. Suddenly, the number of people looking at your home starts to grow by a lot. More realtors sharing your listing, more people seeing your home, more offers coming in, and maybe even more cash in your pocket. Smart move, right? Ask your realtor. Is my house on Smart MLS? Smart MLS, the smart way to sell your home.
Repair your car with confidence at Sono Collision, Fairfield County's premier destination for top-notch collision repairs. Our expert team uses state-of-the-art equipment to restore your vehicle to pre-loss perfection. We prioritize your family's safety when it comes to fixing your car. Trust the care and precision of Sono Collision, because after a collision, you deserve quality repairs and peace of mind. Visit us today at sonocollision.com. That's sonocollision.com. Your car will thank you.
Ever wonder why you have insurance for your car or home, but not your digital life? Meet WebRoot Total Protection, your digital bodyguard that includes antivirus, identity protection, VPN, cloud backup, and more. With plans for individuals and families, WebRoot takes the guessing game out of cybersecurity so you can get back to living your best life online. Go to webroot.com/radio and get 50% off today. That's webroot.com/radio to get 50% off today. Live a better digital life with WebRoot, because peace of mind shouldn't be optional.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. We're dedicated to serving people 50 and up like me. Our needs are different. Big Wireless wants us in an unlimited plan, but if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used. At Consumer Cellular, we're focused on affordable, reliable plans, including data that suits your needs, not ours. Our plans start at just $20, and you'll get the best customer service in the business.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com/facts. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
This is where Stratford starts the day. Melissa in the morning on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Hey there, good morning, and how is everyone? 8:08, almost 8:09. Paul in for Melissa this morning, and Paul Piorek says clouds, showers today, mid to upper 80s, maybe a thunderstorm out there. All right, a lot of confusion. The Connecticut Sun leaving. Are they going? Are they leaving but staying in Hartford? Is the NBA blocking this? Is the WNBA blocking this? And joining me right now is an old buddy of mine. We used to share a newsroom 40 years ago, and he has maintained a great career in sports writing here in Connecticut, also covering UConn, covering the New York Yankees. And he is now, of course, for years been with the Hartford Courant. And Dom Moore, good morning. How are you, buddy?
Good morning, Paul. How are you?
Well, I go and I said, let me check something here. What is this new book you have coming out? I have no idea. You didn't tell me that. More than a game.
I'm surprised. You may be the only person in Connecticut that hasn't heard about it. We've been pretty aggressive. But Jim Calhoun and I have collaborated on a book.
Nice.
Is to say he's the writer and I'm the co-author with him. But it's called More Than a Game. It's available on Amazon for pre-order on Amazon and Barnes and Noble. It'll be out in a few weeks now, and it's a story about his coaching various players. We've picked out 15 or 16 people that he's coached and he felt he had an effect on, and vice versa, and examine those relationships.
Nice. More Than a Game, how the UConn basketball dynasty was built upon a culture of caring. Jim Calhoun and Dom Moore, like Dom said, pre-order. It comes out in a few weeks on August 7th. Dom's previous book, Franchise on the Rise, first 20 years of the New York Yankees. Dom, I bought it years ago. I contributed to your retirement fund, but I liked it. It's really good. Yankee fans out there covering an era of Yankee baseball that's often not talked about. But to the matter at hand, Dom, the Connecticut Sun, this stuff seems to change almost on an hourly basis. Yes, they're going to move. No, they won't move. They'll stay in Connecticut, but they'll move to Hartford. What does the league want? This league wants this. The WNBA doesn't want this. So from all your contacts and from your reporting, what's going on right now?
Well, I think what's going on is the WNBA obviously held some expansion sweepstakes a few months ago, and they picked 3 cities, well spaced. The last of those is Philadelphia, which starts playing in 2032.
Yeah.
And for whatever reason, the WNBA feels that the cities that missed out, that did not get expansion teams, should be at the front of the line if a team is sold and relocated. So the commissioner, Kathy Engelbert, has been touting Houston as a team that should get the next team if a team is relocated. However, nothing in the history of sports or franchise relocation suggests that posture makes any sense.
Yeah.
The fact is, Boston did not put in for an expansion team because the Sun were being explored as a sale possibility.
Yeah.
So there's no reason for them to do it. Certainly, she claimed that, Hartford can't keep the team because Hartford didn't put in for an expansion bid. Well, why would Hartford possibly? That makes no sense, whatever.
No sense.
So, she's kind of trying to engineer this to Boston. And not only, I don't believe that would stand up in court based on some of the past litigation, but it's ridiculous business. The team, first of all, they get 8,000 fans a game in the small arena at Mohegan Sun. Many of those fans have been coming from Rhode Island and Eastern Mass. So a move to Boston, I don't know that would even be considered relocating. They're moving within what should be considered their own territory. And certainly Hartford should be considered their own territory. If they wanted to put the team in Stamford, they could say, well, that's too close to the Liberty. But so I don't know. My guess is that sooner or later they will go to Boston. They have an established fan base. They're on TV in Boston and not in Connecticut. NBC Boston televises their games.
Wow.
So my guess is that they will ultimately end up in Boston. They could end up in Hartford. That would be great for the state. I'd love to see that, but I think they will end up in Boston because that makes the most sense. I just don't know. You just have to get over these roadblocks that really don't make any sense.
Yeah, and Dom, also, and something I postulated here, and you tell me whether I'm wrong, but from a pure business point of view, I would imagine, Dom, as the WNBA continues to grow and get bigger, Caitlin Clark or not, the fire has been set here. I'm sure there are corporate advertisers, major sponsors who want to hook up with the WNBA, yes. but they may say, hey, I need Boston for my commitment to you folks. Yes. Love Connecticut. Drove through it once. I've been to the casino, they're probably saying, but if you want, ABC automakers money, I got to have Boston. Is that at play here?
Yeah, that's exactly correct, Paul. The team came to Connecticut because it was failing in Orlando, as indeed a franchise failed in Houston before. And the team came to Connecticut because Connecticut was a hotbed of women's basketball. We loved women's basketball here in Connecticut long before other people did. And that's what the league needed 20 years ago. But now in 2025, with, as you mentioned, this ignited interest, the league needs to be in bigger markets, and it's outgrown Connecticut. It doesn't need to be in a small market that's a hotbed for women's basketball. It needs to be in a bigger market and make it a hotbed for their franchise. So that's exactly what is in play. And I think that the WNBA and the NBA, which owns the league, to get more TV revenue, they need bigger markets. So that's why Boston to go from here to Boston makes a lot of sense for them. To turn your back on all of New England, where you have an established fan base in Connecticut and Massachusetts, and go to Houston, that makes no sense to me. Houston's a big market, and you want to expand into different parts of the country, but I think you need to be in New England and in Boston, because with teams in Boston and New York, you not only have that natural rivalry, that you and I know a little bit about, but also it's adjacent to the Connecticut market, which loves women's basketball. Connecticut fans would, I'm sure, go regularly to New York and Boston to see the UConn players that come through. So to me, Boston makes sense on many, many, many levels. Hartford makes some sense on some levels. Houston makes zero sense on any level to me, and that seems to be what the league is pushing.
You sound like a pretty good lawyer here, Dom. Maybe you got a second career coming up. That's pretty good. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury. Huh?
Well, when you cover sports as long as I have, you cover a lot of legal things, and you know that what the law says and what a lot of sports fans think it's supposed to say are two different things.
Yeah. Hey, Dom, thanks. A couple of books here we'll tell you about. Once again, Dominic Maury's new book with a guy named Jim Calhoun, More Than a Game, How the UConn Basketball Dynasty Was Built Upon a Culture of Caring. Pre-order it now on Amazon. It hits shelves and comes out on October 7th. And his previous book covering the early years of the New York Yankees, franchise on the rise, the first 20 years of the New York Yankees. Dom, good to chat with you, and maybe we'll run into each other during the winter seasons, my friend. Take care.
Paul, you got it. Thanks for having me.
All right, there you go. Dom Amore, former New Haven Register and currently for years covering stuff for the Hartford Courant. So there you go. Yeah, folks, it comes down to business. Yeah, we love our women's basketball. Go Huskies. Go women Huskies. But listen, the WNBA is run by the guys who run the NBA. And they probably have corporate advertisers saying, if you get me Boston, put a team in Boston and I'll spend. Traffic and weather together right here, WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Slow ride on Route 8 southbound from Seymour right into Ansonia. No reason for that except that it's slow. Stop and go on the Parkway southbound through Fairfield. Delays in Norwalk and Stamford on the Connecticut Turnpike. Fairfield County traffic every 10 minutes on WICC.
Good morning, everybody. We have more showers and thunderstorms later this afternoon through this evening. After much-needed rain yesterday, Stamford had nearly 2 inches, in Greenwich about 1.5 inches, and more of the same in Norwalk. So we do have more wet weather on the way, scattered during the afternoon and evening, and then great weather tomorrow through the weekend. Right now, we begin at a warm and humid note, 74 degrees in Bridgeport, our dew point up to 70. We have a breeze very light out of the north, and our barometer is 2989 on the way up. Radar right now is dry. It'll be that way through at least midday. We'll see sun through midday and early afternoon. It will be a hot and humid day with a high in the upper 80s. And then more showers will develop by later this afternoon after 2 or 3. There will be a few thunderstorms as well. Any wet weather ending early this evening, clearing after midnight with a low in the upper 60s. The wind will shift out of the northwest, ushering in that less humid air. Friday, a great day for the beach, or maybe a round of 18, or just to be outdoors. A lot of the sun, less humid, will be in the mid-80s during the afternoon. Saturday, sunny, a little more humid with a high in the mid-80s. Sunday, sunny, hot and humid with a high near 90, and there will be a front arriving Sunday night that will usher in drier air by Monday. A lot of the sun with a high in the mid-80s. Tuesday, sunny, upper 80s, and Wednesday we'll see a few showers moving in with a high right around 80. Right now we have readings in the 70s statewide, the 74 in Bridgeport, 75 in Greenwich, it is 74 in Milford. Inland, 71 in Danbury. Along Route 7, we're at 70 right now in Derby. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
You're not always near your radio, but you still want to stay informed on Fairfield County matters. There are lots of ways to enjoy WICC beyond your radio at 695.9. Stream us free at work on voiceofct.com or on your smartphone by downloading our app. And now it's easier than ever to listen on your smart speaker when you say, play WICC. The voice of Connecticut is always live, local, and free, wherever you are.
Experience the future of luxury with the all-new electric Escalade IQ, now available at Cadillac of Greenwich. Standard with hands-free driver assistance technology, the Escalade IQ offers undeniable style and uncompromising comfort with the longest range of any EV SUV. Arrive in style with this pinnacle of modern automotive excellence. Visit CadillacofGreenwich.com today and elevate your driving experience with the iconic Cadillac Electric Escalade IQ. Iconic moments drive superior hospitality at Cadillac of Greenwich. Let's take the Cadillac.
Hey, what's up? I'm Bumper Christoph. It doesn't get better than spending a day fishing and boating on the Sound. If you're like me, love to fish, and you're 18 or younger, get on the action. Attended for the WICC Surfside Hotel Greatest Bluefish Tournament on Earth.
Bridgeport Harbor Marina is proud to offer a $1,000 cash prize for the heaviest blue caught by an 18 and under angler. Register your kids today at bluefishtournament.com. The Bridgeport Harbor Marina, your destination for dining and boating.
Millions of Americans use credit cards to purchase goods every day. The Durbin-Marshall credit card mandates put the secure transactions you rely on at risk, leaving you vulnerable to hackers and foreign cybercriminals that want your data. Hackers win. You lose. Guard your card before it's too late. Tell Congress your data security is not for sale and oppose the Durbin-Marshall credit card mandates.
Paid for by Electronic Payments Coalition.
You're listening to WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut, broadcasting from the Town Fair Tire Studios. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire.
Local news and live interviews all morning. It's Melissa in the Morning, live on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Wide open phones if you want to jump on in here. Coming up in a few minutes, we will chat with our news guy extraordinaire, of course, John Kamal. John and I will chat about what's going on now with the Fairfield Little League team. They win 1-0 over a team from Texas last night. And now they have a day off today for the guys there to kind of rest and relax. And Fairfield is in action again coming up tomorrow night, Friday night, 7 o'clock on ESPN. You know, and John and I were just, musing in the hallway about, our youth baseball and Little League baseball. Can any of you guys and gals, if you played Little League or played girls softball or whatever, can you think back and imagine? We all have memories of Little League, right? We all remember our coaches and specific games and everything. Great plays we made, lousy plays we made. Can you imagine your games being on national television, worldwide television? We used to think it was a big deal when, some mom or dad or grandmother or grandfather had, like a movie, never mind video, a movie camera in the stands. Or, look, Joey's mom has a Polaroid camera. She's going to take a picture of us. God, it is. And look, it's great for the guys and gals. I have nothing against it. But just think, for those of us who played youth baseball or Babe Ruth or Little League, whatever, we go back, 30, 40, 50, some of the older folks out there, 60 years, and rocks on the field, glass, rocks, stones on the field. And I know it's the Little League World Series. I get it. It's going to be pristine in Williamsport. But even the local facilities here, the Giamatti Little League Center, the facility in my town, in Wallingford, where my son played for a few years, I would sit there with all the dads going, the lights at night, the manicured grounds, an actual outfield grass instead of running around and ruts in the outfield, blowing out your knee like Mickey Mantle did. Man, oh man. So good for Fairfield. They're in action tomorrow night, 7 o'clock against Hawaii. So there you go. 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. And not to mention what it costs. I remember buying a bat. I don't know, must have been $8, $7. Have you bought an aluminum bat lately for your kid or your grandkid or as a present for the kid next door? Have you bought a bat lately? Nothing shot fear through me like when my son was still playing. Hey, Dad, this one feels great. The weight's good. The handle's good. Oh, great. It's $185. Whatever. Bite the bullet, dads and moms. Traffic and weather together right here on
WICC. WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
It 2-minute stop and go Bridgeport to the Fairfield Rest area on the Connecticut Turnpike right now. I'm looking at delays, too, from Saugatuck into Norwalk. Heavy ride, Norotan Stamford. Delays on the Parkway through Fairfield and also into New Canaan. And a slow stop-and-go ride from Seymour into Ansonia on Route 8 southbound. Fairfield County traffic every 10 minutes on WICC.
Warm and humid through this afternoon. There will be scattered showers and thunderstorms. The high in the upper 80s and a breeze out of the south. Showers or thunderstorms end this evening, clearing after midnight with a low in the upper 60s to near 70. Friday, sunny and warm, less humid with a high in the mid-80s. Saturday, sunny and warm with a high again in the mid-80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
It's time to make an appointment to tour Forest Hills Milford, one of the newest luxury rental 55 and over communities in Connecticut. Step into a home where every detail is designed to offer ease and comfort. Forest Hills Milford's spacious, brand new luxury apartments include assigned garage parking with elevator access and use modern technologies to bring ease and comfort to everyday living. Nestled in the beauty of Milford, close to beaches, golf, marinas, and more. Visit foresthillsmilford.info to learn more. Forest Hills Milford, home made easy.
Looking for complete dental care in one convenient location? Visit Columbia Dental in Norwalk. Their expert team includes a general dentist, periodontist, and oral surgeon. So whether you need a routine checkup and cleaning, dental implants, or wisdom teeth extraction, they've got you covered. Quality care all under one roof. Call Columbia Dental in Norwalk today at 203-299-0111 or visit columbiadental.com.
Chronic migraine is 15 or more headache days a month, each lasting 4 hours or more.
Botox, onabotulinum toxin A, prevents headaches in adults with chronic migraine before they start. It's not for those with 14 or fewer headache days a month. It prevents on average 8 to 9 headache days a month versus 6 to 7 for placebo.
Prescription Botox is injected by your doctor. Effects of Botox may spread hours to weeks after injection, causing serious symptoms. Alert your doctor right away, as difficulty swallowing, speaking, breathing, eye problems, or muscle weakness can be signs of a life-threatening condition. Patients with these conditions before injection are at highest risk. Side effects may include allergic reactions, neck and injection site pain, fatigue, and headache. Allergic reactions can include rash, welts, asthma symptoms, and dizziness. Don't receive Botox if there's a skin infection. Tell your doctor your medical history, muscle or nerve conditions, including ALS, Lou Gehrig's disease, myasthenia gravis, or Lambert-Eaton syndrome, and medications, including botulinum toxins, as these may increase the risk of serious side effects.
Why wait? Ask your doctor, visit BotoxChronicMigraine.com, or call 1-800-44-BOTOX to learn more.
Today, 1 in 5 working-age Americans has a mental health condition.
People in all types of jobs and at all levels.
And the key to helping us succeed is a supportive and inclusive workplace.
All of us have a role to play in making that happen.
So what can I do to help?
As a CEO, I can set the tone for supportive culture.
As a manager, I can offer assistance and accommodations.
As a coworker, I can listen and be a source of support to my colleagues.
As someone with a mental health condition, I can ask for what I need to perform my best.
I can offer all employees the supports they need to deliver on the job. For the team
and for the business.
What can I do?
What can I do?
What can I do?
I can remind others
that we all benefit from workplaces that promote good mental health.
Mental health-friendly workplaces are more important than ever.
And all of us have a role to play in promoting them.
Learn more at whatcanyoudocampaign.org.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. President Trump sent a message to Russian President Vladimir Putin ahead of their one-on-one meeting Friday on Ukraine when asked if there would be consequences if he doesn't cooperate on a ceasefire.
Yes, they will. Yeah.
What will there consequences?
There will be consequences.
Sanctions, tariffs?
There will be, I don't have to say, there will be very severe consequences.
Flash flood warnings have expired now in parts of Tennessee after flooding left 4 people dead. Correspondent Nicole Valdez is in Chattanooga.
Rescuers, including fire officials, had to use boats to get to people here and get them to safety, evacuating them from their homes.
The National Guard presence is now visible on the streets of Washington, D.C., as CBS's Eleanor Watson reports from the Pentagon on the role of those troops.
What they're allowed to do is actually pretty broad, but what defense officials say their mission is, and this role is strictly to support local and federal law enforcement.
CBS News Brief. I'm Michael Toscano.
WICC 695.9. Connecticut Lottery Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
State Senator Ryan Fazio is officially launching his campaign for Connecticut governor. The Greenwich Republican announced his bid through a video posted to his social media pages yesterday.
Connecticut is a great state with great people. It's time for leadership that lives up to both. I'm Ryan Fazio, and I'm running for governor because this state is my home, and I refuse to just sit back and watch the decline.
Fazio was first elected to the state Senate in 2021, representing the district that includes the communities of Greenwich, Stamford, and New Canaan. He and Westport First Select Woman Jen Tooker are the only Republicans who have shared formal plans to seek the office next year. New Britain Mayor Aaron Stewart is also in the mix and has raised more than $300,000 in small contributions to gain an early advantage.
It's another thing when you have a candidate who's running for the right reasons to make a true difference in the state of Connecticut, who has a record of winning.
The GOP is looking to unseat Governor Lamont, who has served 2 terms and has had consistently high poll ratings since the COVID-19 pandemic. The governor has not said whether he will seek re-election, saying he will announce his decision late this summer or early fall.
Maybe it's a time where experience makes a difference. That's not a yes or a no, though. That's a way of saying I'm thinking about it seriously. I'm thinking about it with Susan. I'm thinking about it with Andy Lamont.
Connecticut's community college system is ranked 14th nationally, according to the website Wallet Hub. The survey is based on factors including cost, student-faculty ratio, graduation rates, and postgraduate earnings. Other New England systems in the top 20 are New Hampshire, ranked 9th, and Massachusetts at 19th. The beaches in Bridgeport were closed yesterday due to high levels of bacteria in the water. City leaders announced the closure on social media yesterday. They say the bacteria levels are influenced by the weather, and the city does regular testing. Beaches statewide have faced frequent closures for similar reasons all summer long, and Ansel Aristed from the Department of Energy and Environmental Protection said that the decision to close a swimming area often comes down to 2 factors.
Animal waste and rainfall. That rain isn't able to just soak into the ground, so it sheets off the surface a lot of the times because there's so much of it in such a short period of time. And when it sheets off the surface, well, now it's going to be picking up those contaminants, some of which are going to be the pet waste and the waterfowl waste.
Officials plan to share another announcement once the water is safe for swimming. A Stamford dog shelter is getting a little financial boost from country star Miranda Lambert. The singer's Mutt Nation Foundation has chosen Lucky Dog Refuge as one of this year's grant recipients through the Mutts Across America program. The organization selects one shelter in each state to receive a $5,000 grant every year through the initiative. Lucky Dog Refuge focuses on caring for canines that need medical attention and other immediate support. And Fairfield National 12U's quest for the Little League World Series championship continues with a big win last night over Texas. The 1-0 score was due to a fantastic performance on the mound by Fairfield star pitcher Luca Pellegrini, as well as the pitcher from Texas, Shane Graw.
There's nobody that else we want on the mound besides LP. We have 5 or 6 different qualified pitchers, but when he's on the mound, our defense is settled.
Team manager Brian Palazzolo spoke at the post-game press conference about his pride in his team.
You know, we represent Connecticut. It's special. You know, now we can look a little bit ahead to Hawaii. We're here for a reason. We want to make a statement and push all the way through.
Connecticut will face off against Hawaii this Friday at 7, and the game will be on ESPN. For the Voice of Connecticut, WICC, I'm John Kamal.
All right, you are John, sponsored this time around by Bridgelight Financial. Attend Bridgelight Financial's Taxes in Retirement event August 12th and 14th at Il Palio in Shelton. It's a free workshop discussing real tax saving strategies. Click on Bridgelightadvisors.com, Bridgelightadvisors.com, and register.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Easing a bit now, southbound on Route 8 as you come from Seymour heading into Ansonia. It's slowing up, though, as you approach the Commodore Hall Bridge in Shelton. Busy ride southbound, stop and go, Trumbull, Fairfield on the Parkway, also into New Canaan. Very heavy ride in Bridgeport, southbound on the Connecticut Turnpike, along with a slow go in Norwalk and Stamford, and delays from Main Street to the merge of 95 and the 25A connector in Bridgeport. Fairfield County traffic every 10 minutes on WICC.
Another hot and humid day on the way. There will be scattered showers and thunderstorms through this afternoon with a high in the upper 80s and a breeze out of the south. A few showers or thunderstorms ending this evening, clearing after midnight with a low in the upper 60s to near 70. Friday, sunny and warm, less humid with a high in the mid-80s. Saturday, sunny and warm with a high again in the mid-80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
And we're sponsored by Bridge Life Financial. You can reduce taxes you pay on your retirement income and keep the money you have saved with Bridge Life Financial Advisors tax saving strategies. Learn more. Check them out, bridgelightadvisors.com.
Discover the finest flooring in Southern Connecticut at Courtesy Carpet. With over 50 years experience, from intricate area rugs and durable vinyl to elegant stair runners, they have it all. Shop anywhere, but see them before you buy. Visit Ellen J and their team on Route 111 in Monroe or at courtesycarpet.com. Financing is available, so you can get the floors you love today. Trust the experts in quality flooring, because at Courtesy Carpet, your satisfaction is their courtesy.
Hi, this is Leo Carl from Carl Chevrolet in New Canaan. Last year, more consumers switched to Chevrolet than any other automotive brand. Why? With more standard passive and active safety features than any other brand, plus easy-to-use technology like wireless Apple CarPlay, Chevy simply builds in more value. And who doesn't love getting more for their money? With fresh inventory arriving daily, see for yourself at Carl Chevrolet, 261 Elm Street in New Canaan, or online at carlchevy.com.
From Shelton to Southport, from Newtown to New Canaan, if it affects Fairfield County, it's on the Voice of Connecticut. Back to Melissa in the Morning on WICC 600 and 95.9.
Hey there, 8:38, almost 8:39, 21 before the top of the hour. Open phones later on at 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Talk or text. So again, if you want to get something in here to the station, but you can't be on the radio because I think you'll recognize my voice. Same number, talk or text, 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. I can just look over and see all the text messages here. Why doesn't Governor Lamont do this? Where's Blumenthal? I'm going to go to Mexico, whatever. See, John, you can do that. Right? You can send me just, and I'll never know it's you. Just text me.
It's such a different vibe in here with you, Paul, than it is with Melissa. It's
wait a minute.
I know. I mean, listen, I feel relaxed, or maybe not relaxed, but I feel different than I usually do.
That's what I put in your coffee.
Yes, that's exactly what it is.
That funny white stuff I put in it.
I see. I'm seeing colors. Anyway.
John Kamal, good morning. How are you, man?
I'm doing very well. I'm doing even better now that our boys won last night.
Yeah, what's the deal here? Tell us about what happened.
That's right, Eric.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah.
So the Fairfield National 12U Little League team has been on quite the run.
Yep.
Won the state championship a couple of weeks ago against East Lyme. Advanced to the Metro Regional Tournament where they played New Jersey, New York, beat those guys.
Yep.
Now they are at the Little League World Series, and they played Texas last night.
Yeah.
And it was a victory. But, you know, Paul, when you think about Texas, when you think about Texas athletes, what goes through your mind?
Well, football. Big guys. Yeah.
What was that?
Football.
Yeah. But the next one you said.
Big guys.
There you go.
Yeah. All right. Yeah.
Anytime you hear of Texas, you think of big boys, throw hard, big bats, and that's exactly what they are. They have a good, deep pitching staff, and they've been scoring runs in a bunch. So hopefully we keep them in the park and let our no-fly zone out there track them down and play our game, and we'll come out victorious.
So that right there is team manager Brian Palazzolo of the Fairfield National 12U talking about what he was feeling going into this game against Texas.
Yep.
So that's it, right? When you think about Texas, you think about big bats. You think about a lot of power, a lot of strength, and that's exactly what this team had, which makes it all the more impressive that they shut these guys out.
Yeah.
And it was, come on. There you go.
Yeah, one zip.
Exactly. So when you hear of a baseball score like 1-zip, what are we talking about? We're talking about pitching, right?
Pitcher's
This
duel.
is obviously a massive pitcher's duel.
Yeah.
But the strength with Fairfield has always been in the defense,
Yeah,
right?
he
That's
talks
where
about
this
that. Yep.
exactly. That's where this team really shines the most.
Our defense has always been our strongest asset to this team. we like making our teammates cry. We're trying to get their eyes focused on destroying baseball.
See, I've never met this guy. Hopefully I will. That thing, we like making our teams we play cry.
It's the work ethic. And I'll tell you, I've got my text message out to Coach Palazzolo already this morning.
Yeah.
Hopefully I'm going to talk to him later this afternoon. I can tell you even more in the download coming up at noon.
All right.
But yesterday, after the victory against Texas, they're in the post-game press conference.
Mm-hmm.
He's got the boys up there with him, and it's really, we talked about pitching before.
Yeah. When
you talk about pitching with this team, you've got to talk about the young man, Luca Pellegrini, who has really emerged as the star coming out of the bullpen.
Yeah.
And that, the kind of, Coach talked about the confidence that having a player like that gives for this defense, which is already formidable in and of itself.
Mm-hmm.
There's nobody that else we want on the mound besides LP. We have 5 or 6 different qualified pitchers, but when he's on the mound, our defense is settled.
So that's the kid right there.
Pitching in D. Pitching in defense. Yep.
Pitching in D. So that's it. This is a team that these kids hit dingers. Don't get me wrong. All right.
Yeah.
They hit bombs. They knock them out. All right. When they played New York last Friday, it was 12-1. So these kids are capable of hitting it out of the park. But if these boys are going to go all the way, that's what it's going to come down to. It's going to come down to great pitching and then all of that work in the outfield and infield as well, shortstops and all their basemen, shutting down the other team, right?
Shutout.
These guys are not, and the shutout has been a big part of their game. East Lyme was another one where they shut them out 10-0. I want to say in the East Lyme game. So when you're looking at this team, you're gonna see a low scoring game, at least on the other team's side.
Yeah, absolutely. So next game is when they have Friday night, right?
That is exactly right. Friday night's coming up against Hawaii.
It's special, now we can look a little bit ahead to Hawaii. We're here for a reason. We want to make a statement and push all the way through.
So you can watch that game, 7 p.m. That's going to be on ESPN.
I was just saying in the last segment before you came in, and look, my son played, I played, he was okay. I wasn't very good. But, I mean, I'm thinking back to my Little League games, ESPN. I'm like, we're lucky at my games if like one parent had a Polaroid camera,
right?
And now these kids, and they seem into it. They're soaking it in. And I remember, John, when this started, I don't know, 10, 20, 30 years ago, putting the Little League World Series on TV. Oh, are these young men going to be, is this going to fry their brains? No, you can see how much they're into it.
They love it.
Yeah.
And these kids have been on the road for weeks now. You got to understand, because when they did the Metro Regional Tournament, that was them getting on a bus for an entire week. And the day after they won it, last Friday, almost a week ago now, the next morning they got on that bus and they went to Williamsport, Pennsylvania, where they are now. And if they go the distance, they'll be there for yet another week. It's going to be 3 weeks away from home. They don't care. They're having fun. And by the way, I mean, Paul, look at me right now. Look at what I'm decked out. Please describe.
You're adorned in a Black Rock Little League hoodie and a Black Rock black Little League cap. Now, you say your son finished up, or your son
my son finished his season in June. In June, they finish up in June, and it's just, you see that energy, you see it here locally, and now we get to take that energy because the Black Rock Little League plays Fairfield. They don't play these boys. These boys are a step above, but you see the energy locally, and I guess it's not really a surprise to see our guys going the distance here.
No, I'm old enough to remember when it was, although we used aluminum bats, but there was still some wood bats. Have you been bat shopping for your kid lately?
I went bat shopping before the season started.
I like this one, Dad. 185.
Me and my best friends. Me and my best friend went with my son. My best friend's my buddy Dan is a huge Met fan.
Yeah.
So me and Uncle Dan, we took my son, and we bought the cheapest bat that we could possibly find. I mean, for goodness sake.
Hey, buddy, this one feels about the same.
It's T-ball. He's 6 years old. Let's not break the bank here, but my favorite part is we bought that bat, Dick's Sporting Goods. We bought the cheapest bat that they got, and we show up to the first day of practice, and all the other kids show up with the exact same bat. Exactly the same bat. Everybody went for the cheapest option.
And you know what I love about these kids, John? They work it too. They got the eye black going. They got the bling going.
Oh, yeah.
Everything.
Oh, yeah. No, my son's all about it. We got the high socks and everything like that. You know, you don't need to wear these things. You want to wear them.
So your son, high socks, so he looks like a ball player.
He looks like a ball player.
See the high socks. John, nothing drives me. Look, I'm an old fat white guy in the suburbs. Get off of my lawn. I'm telling you, man, pull your pants up. Look like a ball player. Come on.
I got the professionally done photos, Paul. In fact, why don't I have one in my wallet? I'll show it to you at some point.
All right, John, come on. John, thanks, man. Appreciate the time.
Let's go Fairfield. Come on, baby.
All right, John. And like John said, he is putting another message to the coach, so we may hear more from that team coming up. Again, write it down, put it in your DVR. Tomorrow night, 7 o'clock, Fairfield taking on Hawaii. All right, traffic and weather together on the 6s right here on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Another steamy ride so early in the morning. Let's go right to Bridgeport. Connecticut Turnpike southbound slow 26 to the Fairfield Rest. Delays through Norwalk, also in Stamford. And coming now from the state line northbound into Greenwich, we have delays into the construction zone. Route 8 southbound, that's getting heavier as you approach the Commodore Hull Bridge in Shelton, the road work there. Southbound Parkway, Trumbull, Fairfield, and then heavier in through New Canaan. Sponsored by R.D. Cinto. If you move your office to an R.D. Cinto property, your employees will value coming to work. Learn more at Cinto.com. You deserve it. Fairfield County traffic every 10 minutes on WICC.
Good morning. We are off to a warm and humid start after rain yesterday, and boy, did we need that. We had not had any rain since the 1st of August, and now more showers and storms moving in later this afternoon, so we certainly do need the rain. Right now we have readings in the 70s statewide. It is 75 in Bridgeport. Our dew point is 70, so humid. We have a breeze light out of the south, and our barometer is on the way up at 2989. The radar, it is dry. It'll be that way through about lunch, and then this afternoon we have the scattered showers and storms moving in. They will be isolated through this afternoon and this evening. We'll have a high in the upper 80s, so it will be a warm and humid day, no doubt. Any showers or storms end this evening. Clearing after midnight. By daybreak, we'll be in the upper 60s, so it will be a mild night. Friday will be a great day under a lot of sun. Less humid, the wind shifting out of the northwest, ushering in the drier air. We'll have an afternoon high tomorrow in the mid-80s. Saturday, sunny, warm, a little more humid with a high in the mid-80s. Sunday, very summer-like, sunny, hot, and humid with a high of 90. There will be a front moving in later on Sunday night, and behind that, Monday, sunny, drier, less humid with a high near 80. Tuesday, fair with a high in the upper 70s, and by midweek on Wednesday, a few scattered showers with a high of 80. Currently, the readings are in the upper 70s statewide. We have a dew point 70, so it is warm and humid, no doubt. By the afternoon, we'll be in the upper 80s with more showers and storms through this evening. I'm meteorologist Paul Pioric on WICC.
Need metal? Metal Supermarkets, the world's largest small quantity metal supplier, is open in Bridgeport. The metal you need, cut to size and ready fast. Call or visit at 1085 Connecticut Avenue and ask about the other metal services we provide.
Whoever said all good things must come to an end did not have a Renai tankless water heater. Hi, this is Seamus from Tri-City Home Solutions. Renai tankless water heaters offer unlimited hot water for the most demanding residential and commercial applications. You can save up to $1,000 on the installation of a new water heater now until August 31st with Tri-City and Renai. Visit us at TriCityHomeSolutions.com. Never run out of hot water again.
Call 203-877-HEAT, Tri-City.
Yeah, it's summer, but a new high school sports season is coming soon. For the most in-depth coverage of FCAC high school sports, subscribe to the Rudin Report at therudinreport.com, powered by the new Genesis of Ridgefield, located in Norwalk.
This is your CT Insider weather update. Today, humid and partly to mostly cloudy skies with a chance of rain or thunderstorms, highs in the mid to upper 80s. Tomorrow, sunny and less humid with highs in the mid 80s, lows dip down into the 60s later on. Powered by CT Insider.
There's more to Connecticut with CT Insider, a hometown behind every headline. With every issue, investigation, or interview, there's more when you're following from the inside. Visit ctinsider.com for more.
Join WICC 600 and City of Bridgeport's Standard Oil and Propane Backpack Give Back at 999 Broad Street, Bridgeport this Saturday, 10 to 1. Thanks to Abriola Parkview Funeral Home.
Back to the news and talk. Thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC 695.9. It's Melissa in the morning.
And thanks to Spalding for Melissa. How is everyone? 8:51, almost 8:52. Open phones here, 203-333-9422, 333 WICC. Again, go Fairfield. They won last night, 1-0, 1-0 in a Little League game. How many of us played Little League or had our kids in Little League? What was the final score, honey? 17-12. How many hits did you have? 7? Oh, man, Little League is great. I got to tell you a quick story how resilient kids are. True story. My town Little League complex in Wallingford, it's off 150 there in the back of a school. Very nice area, well-maintained, as a lot of towns have right now. Well-maintained Little League fields, multiple fields. The parents and guardians and grandparents all get together on game nights. It's a social thing. So when my son was playing years and years ago, there was a change that the coaches had voted on heading into a season. I forgot what year this is. This is probably, it's probably about 2004, 5, 6. And this is my favorite Little League story of all time, and it ties into the resiliency of kids. The coaches had decided in our league not to put the team standings up. Not to put the team standings up as they had in past years, thinking that if there were some teams that weren't any good, seeing them at 1-8 or 1-9 or 0-5 or 0-8, they thought it would, fracture the kid's psyche. So my son and I are walking toward the snack shack, to buy something between games, because, of course, every good Little League complex has a snack shack. And one of my son Brian's friends was coming over. His game had not started or just ended. Hey, come on, Mikey, let's go get some food. Forgot what the kid's name was. So he looks at me, he says, Mr. Pacelli. I said, yeah, what's up? He goes, can I ask you something? I said, yeah, what's up? He goes, why aren't the team's standings on the community bulletin board anymore? I said, the coaches voted not to put the standings up there. And he looks at me as only a 10 or 11-year-old kid can, and said, maybe he's a little younger, I forget. He says, why? And I said, they thought that if a team isn't doing well, to see their record there, it might hurt some players' feelings. To which, as only a child can do, unfiltered, my son's friend looks at me and he says, wow, that's pretty dumb. We know we stink. And here's a kid, must have been 9, 10, 11 years old, said, well, what are they protecting us for? Like, I'll never forget that till the day I die. What's the big deal? We know we stink. Oh, God. You love Little League. You do. Bill in Fairfield. Bill, good afternoon. Good morning. How are you?
Good morning, Paul.
Hey.
Great about Fairfield Little League. I can't wait to see them continue on.
Yeah.
Just spanking people. But they have the whole world on their shoulders. I'm not sure if you know the story of the Colony Grill, which is located in Fairfield. It's the second one.
Yeah.
It originated in Stamford. It's a pizza place. It's one of the greatest pizza places in Connecticut.
Okay.
But anyway, 3 of those guys, maybe a couple more, in 1989 won the World Series Little League Championship, the only other team from Connecticut to ever do so. And Kenny Martin, Cody Lee, Chris Drury of New York Rangers fame.
Yep.
They've all started this thing, and they support that team, that Fairfield team, so greatly.
Oh, nice.
It's just an amazing town. I grew up there. God bless all those kids. They're like little pros right now to the world. It's just amazing, the maturity they show.
Yeah.
And the dignity and just the coaches, everybody, the parents. It's a tight unit. Fairfield's a great town.
Yeah,
God bless them all.
Yeah, and Bill, great shout out there, Bill. Thank you. Yeah, can you imagine that? The poise they show, being on you can't even say national TV, worldwide television, and people can watch this stuff on their phones, on their computers, and yeah. And the thing is, they don't look over tense. Is that a word? Overly tense? They look like they're having fun. Great stuff. Traffic and weather together right here, right now on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Bridgeport, slow, southbound Connecticut Turnpike, also Norwalk, and we've got volume 2 out of Stamford, 9 to exit 6. Starting to see some more volume northbound through Greenwich, right near exit 4. That's construction. Stop and go, Trumbull, Fairfield on the Parkway, southbound, slow in New Canaan, and it's also pretty heavy too, Ansonia into Shelton, the Commodore Hall Bridge work zone. Fairfield County traffic every 10 minutes on WICC.
Warm and humid through this afternoon. There will be scattered showers and thunderstorms, the high in the upper 80s and a breeze out of the south. Showers or thunderstorms end this evening, clearing after midnight with a low in the upper 60s to near 70. Friday, sunny and warm, less humid with a high in the mid-80s. Saturday, sunny and warm with a high again in the mid-80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
What are you doing every day to support your liver? If you enjoy sweets, fast food, alcohol, or take any medications, that's a vital question to ask. Hi, I'm Sherry Torkas, pharmacist and health author. For over 30 years, I've helped people make informed decisions about their health, especially concerning prevention and long-term wellness. Supporting your liver isn't just a wellness trend, it's a daily essential. That's why I recommend Active Liver by New Nordic. It's made with plant-based ingredients like milk thistle, turmeric, and globe artichoke, herbs clinically studied for their protective and restorative effects on the liver. Active Liver blends traditional herbal wisdom with modern scientific research. Not all supplements are created equal. I trust Active Liver because it's backed by science, meets strict quality standards, and delivers true daily liver support.
Protect your liver and give it the support that it deserves by making Active Liver from New Nordic part of your daily wellness routine. Find Active Liver in stores at your local CVS, Meijer Grocery, or online at Amazon or newnordicusa.com.
Do you have questions about real estate? Learn the secrets of real estate investing and get your questions answered during the Real Estate Show with Pat Civitella. Listen Sunday mornings from 9 to 10 for expert information about real estate investing, downsizing, and improvements before selling. Pat will help turn your real estate dreams into reality. Tune in and call The Real Estate Show with Pat Civitella. Sunday mornings from 9 to 10, right here on WICC 600 and 95.9.
Listen, retirement is the long game. We can't play about our future or our finances. Let's put ourselves in the right position.
Start building your retirement plan at thisispretirement.org. Brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, sponsored by Progressive Insurance.
I'm Deborah Rodriguez. President Trump is adjusting expectations for his face-to-face with Vladimir Putin in Alaska. He's no longer promising to hash out a land swap with Ukraine. Instead, he's pitching it as a listening session. As for formatics, correspondent Nancy Cordes is in Anchorage.
We're getting some new details this morning from the Kremlin about how these talks are supposedly going to go down tomorrow. They say that Presidents Trump and Putin are going to meet one-on-one first with only their translators present before the meetings broaden out into a wider group that includes their top advisors. And then they say that Putin is going to participate in a joint news conference with President Trump.
Parts of New York City, New Jersey, Pennsylvania, and Delaware all drying out after heavy rain that triggered flash flooding overnight. Tropical storm Erin continues to strengthen in the Atlantic. CBS meteorologist Rob Marciano.
We expect it to get to hurricane strength by late tomorrow and then major hurricane by early Sunday or late in the day on Sunday. And the track takes it just north of Puerto Rico. But I do think that Puerto Rico will see some impacts with this.
A new report is raising a red flag over severe staffing shortages at veterans hospitals.
The Inspector General at the Department of Veterans Affairs says 94% of VA medical facilities face a severe shortage of doctors. 79% need more nurses. The VA's press secretary claims the report is unreliable. The agency is cutting 30,000 employees department-wide. Nurse Tashara Felder says her VA medical center in Atlanta is already shorthanded.
The bedside care, the boots-on-ground care is declining.
VA Secretary Doug Collins says the cuts will not affect patient care. Michael Wallace, CBS News.
A flight from Norfolk to L.A. made an emergency landing in Grand Junction, Colorado.
The passenger is free and is using what they were trying to restrain him with as a weapon.
The Breeze Air pilot on liveatc.net as a passenger got out of control. CBS's Chris Van Cleve.
The FBI identified the passenger as 46-year-old David Leroy Carter. Local police say he allegedly waved his skateboard and shouted racial slurs at flight attendants while intoxicated.
When he broke out of his restraints, a fellow passenger stepped in and held him down. And you thought you'd heard the last of this, kitty ditty. South Korea's top court has just thrown out a 6-year copyright claim against Baby Shark's producers. It's ruled against U.S. children's entertainer John Wright, stage name Johnny Only. He sued the Korean brand Pinkfong. It turned the tune into a viral hit. This is CBS News.
Sponsored by Progressive Insurance. We offer auto, home, and commercial auto insurance, plus a variety of business insurance options. Visit Progressive.com today.
I'm Matt Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Your car steering wheel could be a ticking time bomb. At least 24 people have died and many more injured because their airbags fired shrapnel at them upon inflating. Tens of millions of cars have been recalled. If you suffered cuts that required stitches, hearing or vision loss, or broken bones, please contact us today. You could be owed money for medical bills and other damages.
Morgan & Morgan. Visit us at badairbags.com for an office near you. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
WICC 695.9, Connecticut Lottery Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
State Senator Ryan Fazio is officially launching his campaign for Connecticut governor. The Greenwich Republican announced his bid through a video posted to his social media pages yesterday.
Connecticut is a great state with great people. It's time for leadership that lives up to both. I'm Ryan Fazio, and I'm running for governor because this state is my home, and I refuse to just sit back and watch the decline.
Fazio was first elected to the state Senate in 2021, representing the district that includes the communities of Greenwich, Stamford, and New Canaan. He and Westport First Select Woman Jen Tooker are the only Republicans who have shared formal plans to seek the office next year. The GOP is looking to unseat Governor Lamont, who has served 2 terms and has had consistently high poll ratings since the COVID-19 pandemic. The beaches in Bridgeport were closed yesterday due to high levels of bacteria in the water. City leaders announced the closure on social media yesterday. They say the bacteria levels are influenced by the weather, and the city does regular testing. Officials plan to share another announcement once the water is safe for swimming. And Fairfield National 12U's quest for the Little League World Series championship continues with a big win last night over Texas. The 1-0 score was due to a fantastic performance on the mound by Fairfield star pitcher Luca Pellegrini, as well as the pitcher from Texas, Shane Graw.
There's nobody that else we want on the mound besides LP. We have 5 or 6 different qualified pitchers, but when he's on the mound, our defense is settled.
Team manager Brian Palazzolo spoke at the post-game press conference about his pride in his team.
You know, we represent Connecticut. It's special. You know, now we can look a little bit ahead to Hawaii. We're here for a reason. We want to make a statement and push all the way through.
Connecticut will face off against Hawaii this Friday at 7, and the game will be on ESPN. For the Voice of Connecticut, WICC, I'm John Kamal.
All right, thank you, John. And John, this time around on WICC is brought to you by the Fairfield Law Office of Eliason and Tenor. Give your family and yourself the most important gift you can give, peace of mind. Visit ConnecticutElderLaw.com.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Generally, it's a good ride on the Parkway, slow in Fairfield and busy in New Canaan. 95 south, we're starting to see the volume thicken around exit 30 Stratford, heading into the Fairfield rest area. Slow approaching Connecticut Avenue in Norwalk. Stop and go from Norotan into Stamford, exit 6. Delays around exit 4 northbound in Greenwich. And Route 8 southbound, slow from Ansonia into the Commodore Hull Bridge. Fairfield County traffic every 10 minutes on WICC.
Another hot and humid day on the way. There will be scattered showers and thunderstorms through this afternoon with a high in the upper 80s and a breeze out of the south. A few showers or thunderstorms ending this evening, clearing after midnight with a low in the upper 60s to near 70. Friday, sunny and warm, less humid with a high in the mid-80s. Saturday, sunny and warm with a high again in the mid-80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Hey, Bridgeport small business owners. You can apply for a $5,000 grant from Optimum Business and the Bridgeport Regional Business Council. The Lifting Up Bridgeport Small Businesses Grant Program is awarding 25 businesses $5,000 grants to develop their business technology and support their success. And your business can be one of them. But hurry, the application deadline is August 15th. To see grant program requirements and apply today, visit optimum.com/business/Bridgeport. Terms apply.
Safety, security, control, just some of the reasons to call Nick and his team at Property Protection Consulting. Hey, it's Melissa, and I use PPC for our doorbell cameras, smart thermostats, and surveillance cameras because they make my home and family feel safe and secure. Plus, everything is easy to operate. It's all on one app, and if something goes wrong, somebody from the team comes out right away. For security systems for your home or business, book a complimentary consultation with locally owned Property Protection Consulting at ppcalarms.com. Tell them Melissa sent you.
Hi, this is David from Standard Oil. Do you know why Standard Oil was voted best oil company in Connecticut? Great service, day or night. If you have a heating emergency at 2 a.m., Standard Oil has service technicians who work through the night to ensure fast response to heating emergencies, usually within 2 hours. Most importantly, great service means truly knowledgeable technicians who care about customers. For great service, day or night, call Standard Oil or visit us online at standardoil.com.
Imani wouldn't be here if it wasn't for St. Jude. Everything was perfect until that day when she was 5 weeks old.
That's when, every parent's worst nightmare kind of came into fruition. So there was a fairly large and aggressive brain tumor, but St. Jude Children's Research Hospital gave us the ultimate gift in this world, which was hope restored. When, me and my wife were here, there was not a single other care in the world except for Imani. St. Jude made that happen.
And she's tumor-free now. She's growing. She's just a happy child.
The second we arrived here, we had food, housing, transportation, treatment, you name it, it was taken care of by St. Jude Children's Research Hospital. So the people who donate to St. Jude, I just want them to know that I don't think anyone in this world or anything in this world has given me a greater gift. We came as two desperate parents, and they saved our daughter's life.
St. Jude Children's Research Hospital. Finding cures, saving children. Learn more at stjude.org.
This is where Norwalk starts the day. Melissa in the morning on WICC 600 and 95.9, the voice of Connecticut.
All right, get back to open phones momentarily at 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Sometimes you got to have the talk with your kids. No, not that talk, not even that one. The talk about credit cards, and the warnings go out generally around this time of the year because a lot of kids, maybe for the first time, or young adults, are heading off to college, maybe freshman year or sophomore year, whatever, maybe transferring, and they get hit with credit card applications. What should they do? What should they not do? Should they do anything here to establish a line of credit while they're in college? Our next guest is referred to as America's credit repairman, regular guest on network TV and radio all across the U.S., including Fox News, CNN, NBC, and elsewhere. Paul Oster joins us, the website betterqualified.com, betterqualified.com. Good to have you back on, Paul. It's Paul here on WICC. How are you? Good morning.
Hey, good morning, Paul, and thanks for having me back on.
Yeah, it's move-in time. I had some friends of mine moving their kids in to UConn and other schools around here, and I remember when I had you on the afternoon show saying this is also a very key and critical time as our young adults, flexing their muscle here, stretching their wings, are also going to get hit with credit card applications, right?
Yeah, Paul, this story really hits home for me. Believe it or not, America's credit repairman actually defaulted on his first credit card because of this very scenario. They were offering, American Express, by the way, were offering a free pizza for just applying. Well, I did it because, I'm a freshman in college. The problem is, Paul, I got approved without a verification of income or employment, without a cosigner. 18 years old, no money, coming in, going out, no bank account, no nothing.
Really?
And I got approved, and I wound up defaulting on it. And it really taught me a lesson.
And this is Amex. I mean, this isn't like Joe's credit card, right? This is what was your credit line? What did they give you at that time, Paul? Do you remember?
It was a couple of $1,000, and the problem or the good thing about it, Amex, it was a traditional Amex Open where you had to pay it off in full at the end of the month. And, man, that was the fastest month of my life. When the bill came in, I said, holy cow. When I got the card, my mom said, Paul, cut it up. Don't ever use it. You're going to get yourself in trouble. And she let me learn a very valuable and costly lesson.
Mm-hmm.
But here's the side of this, Paul, and we talk about it all the time, but there's no class. There's no education for kids to learn about credit cards. And a lot of times, even today, parents still say, don't do it, Paul. Don't get yourself involved, But at some point in time, they're going to need a credit card.
Yeah.
Right? I mean, unfortunately, that's the world we live in. And you need it to help you start building credit. Because if you don't use credit at all, 18, 19, 20, 21, all of a sudden you graduate college, you go to buy a car. You can't buy a car without a cosigner because you have no credit. So the idea is to expose them to credit. And here's the number one thing every single person needs to understand. Even some of your older listeners might not understand this. It's called daily compounding interest. And that's how credit cards companies make their money. Every single day, your balance increases without spending another penny because today's balance was yesterday's balance plus interest.
Sure.
And that happens throughout the billing cycle. And if you don't pay it off in full at the end of that billing cycle, you're going to get hit with all of that accrued interest. Also, if your listeners have credit card debt, start making what's called micropayments. You make the same payment amount, but you break it into a minimum, could be more than two, but a minimum of 2 payments. That is because if I made a payment today, let's say I'm going to pay an extra $50 this month.
Yeah.
If I made a $25 payment today, tomorrow's balance would be minus that $25. So the interest is not accruing on the $25 that I paid today. Really, really important. They could save a ton of money in interest by making micropayments.
So, Paul, and the guest is Paul Oster. So, Paul, back to what you said, and I've heard this from a lot of financial folks like yourself. You've got to build some sort of credit. So what would your recommendation be, Paul, for parents, guardians, students saying, hey, do this because you are going to need that credit once you enter the job world? How do you do it? How do young people do it and not get buried?
So they can become an authorized user on their parents' accounts or help them get a secured credit card. Mm-hmm. Secured credit card, have your child deposit their hard-earned money or they borrow the money from you. The money you deposit into that account becomes your credit limit. It limits your exposure, but it will teach the child about daily compounding interest and how to manage the account. And look, if the parent has to step in a couple of times along this early journey, so be it. It will avoid a huge jump off or falling off the cliff somewhere down the road, where it'll be very, very difficult to get back from that life lesson. So expose them early, let them become an authorized user on your card, or get them their own secured credit card. The other way is to finance something as a co-signer. If you could buy a car, maybe their first car, you could pay cash for it. Finance a piece of it, or have your child finance it and you co-sign for that small amount of financing, because it's that monthly payment history that's going to help drive the scores up.
Yeah, and finally, Paul, how do the credit card companies get the names of these students heading off to school and get the names of the people that aren't really experienced at this? Is that information free and legal out there?
It is free and legal, and unfortunately, the banks and credit card companies have been given permission to check your credit, Paul, my credit, everybody's credit in the United States can be pre-screened for these offers. Now, the good thing is those inquiries will not hurt you. Okay. I'm not happy about not giving authorization for banks and creditors to check my credit without my permission, but that's the laws that were put into place. That's the system that we've all been, those are the cards that we've been dealt. So we have to deal with that.
Yeah. Paul, what's the website again, and how can folks get more information about you and your services?
BetterQualified.com.
All right, BetterQualified.com. Paul Oster. Paul, good to chat with you again. Appreciate it. Take care.
Have a great day.
All right, thanks. There you go. Yeah, there you go. It's a big problem. Come on, freshman in college, you're out of the house and you have a credit card with $2,000 on it. Yikes. Traffic and weather together right here, right now on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Turnpike now is pretty busy as you leave Stratford right around exit 30, heading into the Fairfield Rest area. Slow going from Stamford 9 to exit 6. And here we go with another slow ride northbound. Construction there in Greenwich around exit 4. Road work is in place southbound Wilbur Cross and Hamden. We're also seeing delays in Fairfield on the Parkway southbound, and a slow ride Route 8 from Ansonia to Shelton. Fairfield County traffic every 10 minutes on WICC.
Warm and humid through this afternoon. There will be scattered showers and thunderstorms. The high in the upper 80s and a breeze out of the south. Showers or thunderstorms end this evening, clearing after midnight with a low in the upper 60s to near 70. Friday, sunny and warm, less humid with a high in the mid-80s. Saturday, sunny and warm with a high again in the mid-80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
There's $25,000 somewhere in Long Island Sound, and it could all be yours. The annual WICC Surfside Hotel Greatest Bluefish Tournament on Earth is back for its 43rd year, the weekend of August 23rd and 24th. The heaviest bluefish caught that weekend is worth $25,000, and there's more than $40,000 in cash prizes. Sign up now at bluefishtournament.com or your local bait and tackle shop. The WICC Surfside Hotel Greatest Bluefish Tournament on Earth. We'll see you on the Sound.
Thanks, Fine Fettle, the Water Doctor, and Bridgeport Harbor Marina.
It's time for the Market Scoreboard Report with Ron and Sana. Now on WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
Stocks are just a shade lower after yesterday's record run, 160-point gain for the Dow. European markets mostly higher, Asian markets mostly lower in overnight trade, while interest rates are slipping again this morning amid expectations that the Federal Reserve will indeed cut interest rates come September, with Treasury Secretary Scott Bessent calling on the Fed to cut by at least a half point and continue to cut until it's done 1.5 to 1 3/4 points in rate reductions. 10-year note yields at 4.21%. The dollar's a little weaker this morning. Oil up 21 cents to $62.86 a barrel. Gold down $5.50 to $34.02 the ounce. Now we'll get some inflation data out this morning. Wholesale inflation readings known as producer prices coming out along with jobless claims, which may or may not affect the outlook for rate cuts, but wholesale inflation might be more vulnerable to the tariff increases we've seen over the last several months. We'll wait to see what the data look like this morning.
Nothing beats the freedom of the open road. The wind in your face, the roar of the engine. Whoa, except maybe the sudden realization that alcohol and two wheels don't mix. Even one drink can slow your reflexes and impair your judgment. On a motorcycle, that's the difference between cruising home or crashing hard. Ride smart, ride sober, or get pulled over. If you hit the bottle, don't roll the throttle. This message is brought to you by NHTSA.
With Robinhood, not only can you trade individual stocks and ETFs, you can also seamlessly buy and sell crypto at low costs. Trade all in one place. Get started now on Robinhood. Trading crypto involves significant risk. Crypto trading is offered through an account with Robinhood Crypto LLC. Robinhood Crypto is licensed to engage in virtual currency business activity by the New York State Department of Financial Services. Crypto held through Robinhood Crypto is not FDIC insured or SIPC protected. Investing involves risk, including loss of principal. Securities trading is offered through an account with Robinhood Financial LLC, member SIPC, a registered broker-dealer.
Where you come first for news. Fast and free. WICC 695.9. The voice of Connecticut. Back to Melissa in the morning.
Yeah, it's Paul from Melissa. How are you? Open phones at 203-333-9422, 333-WICC. Talk or text. Same number, talk or text. By the way, coming up, of course, after this show is the Lisa Wexler Show. Then you got the download with John and Chris. And then in my stead today, Eric Erickson and some of the best stuff. By the way, we hear and see that Ryan Fazio will be on beginning in the 11 o'clock hour, I see, on the Lisa Wexler program today. So Ryan just declaring a run for governor. So there are now two, count them two, there are two declared Republican candidates for governor in the state. Jen Tooker, the first selectman of Westport, and Ryan Fazio. It looks like you would think that if she gets the money to the level she has to, you would think that Aaron Stewart, the soon-to-be former mayor of New Britain, would run, multi-term Republican elected in a Democratic city. So we have an interesting year in what? Year in how many months? August, 14 months to go or so before Connecticut elects a new governor or elects Governor Ned Lamont again. Again, the governor not officially running. Everybody I've talked to, on the record and off the record and off the record before they went on the record with me in the afternoon, I can't find a person that doesn't think that Ned Lamont is running again. And why wouldn't he? And I know he gets some challenges from the left, but come on. The please raise taxes crowd, in my mind, is loud but little in this state. What if you're Ned? Now the only thing is, listen, God bless Ned. He's 71, I think, 71, going to be 72. Listen, still looks good. Obviously has the energy for it, and he's kind of doing what the experts refer to right now as a soft campaign, meaning he's making it, what you do is you, in political speak, you make a lot of appearances, you appear with the right groups, but you don't really mention your reelection. You know, when you're asked about it, oh, well, geez, I haven't decided yet, and I'll let you know. So he's been doing a lot of that. There was a story, I think, in the Connecticut Mirror or the Connecticut News Junkie that said this is part of the strategy here by the Lamont campaign. But again, why wouldn't you run again? If even the worst poll, the governor sees has him at 53, 54%, and the best polls have him at 60 or a little more. So the logic of not running would be what? Unless he just grows tired of it. You know, I would imagine he's been there, going to be there 8 years. But it's going to be an interesting race, number one, to see who gets the Republican nod between Ryan Fazio and Jen Tooker, and likely Aaron Stewart, how they form their messages, the sloganeering, the branding of a campaign, and then how the general election goes. And remember, don't discount the fact that through, very savvy work over the years, Ned Lamont is worth a lot of money. I mean, a lot of money. He spent, I think, in his second run against Bob Stefanowski, I think he spent $24 million is the figure that's bounced around. 24, 25, 26 million. Oh, there you go. Take calls on that as we wrap it up here next half hour. One more guest to come, bottom of the hour. Hey, nutrition, how do you eat when it's hot? And how do you eat? And I get this all the time, brain fog. I know a lot of people going, well, yeah, no wonder, Baselli, I hear your brain fog on the air. Well, yeah, you're funny guy. We'll do that and more coming up right here. This is WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Road construction southbound once again as you make your way from Hamden into the West Rock Tunnel in New Haven. That's right lane shut down through that area. Northbound delays in Stratford now on the Parkway. Tree trimming is going on very close to the Sikorsky Bridge. Southbound slow ride on the Turnpike 30 to Fairfield Rest area and heavy in Stamford. Fairfield County traffic every 10 minutes on WICC.
Another hot and humid day on the way. There will be scattered showers and thunderstorms through this afternoon with a high in the upper 80s and a breeze out of the south. A few showers or thunderstorms ending this evening, clearing after midnight with a low in the upper 60s to near 70. Friday, sunny and warm, less humid with a high in the mid-80s. Saturday, sunny and warm with a high again in the mid-80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Selling your home is a numbers game. The more potential buyers who see it, the greater the opportunity to sell. And when your home is listed on Smart MLS, more than 21,000 realtors see it, and so do all their buyers. Suddenly, the number of people looking at your home starts to grow by a lot. More realtors sharing your listing, more people seeing your home, more offers coming in, and maybe even more cash in your pocket. Smart move, right? Ask your realtor. Is my house on Smart MLS? Smart MLS, the smart way to sell your home.
Maritime Chevrolet of Fairfield Mobile Service Plus is the next generation of door-to-door maintenance and repair. Enhance your Chevrolet, GMC, or Cadillac ownership experience by making your vehicle maintenance easier. Our technicians come to you at home or work with Mobile Service Plus. Experience next-level service from Maritime Chevrolet in Fairfield. World-class technicians, superior professionalism, and customer care starts at MaritimeChevy.com. That's MaritimeChevy.com.
Chronic migraine is 15 or more headache days a month, each lasting 4 hours or more.
Botox, onabotulinum toxin A, prevents headaches in adults with chronic migraine before they start. It's not for those with 14 or fewer headache days a month. It prevents on average 8 to 9 headache days a month versus 6 to 7 for placebo.
Prescription Botox is injected by your doctor. Effects of Botox may spread hours to weeks after injection, causing serious symptoms. Alert your doctor right away, as difficulty swallowing, speaking, breathing, eye problems, or muscle weakness can be signs of a life-threatening condition. Patients with these conditions before injection are at highest risk. Side effects may include allergic reactions, neck and injection site pain, fatigue, and headache. Allergic reactions can include rash, welts, asthma symptoms, and dizziness. Don't receive Botox if there's a skin infection. Tell your doctor your medical history, muscle or nerve conditions, including ALS, Lou Gehrig's disease, myasthenia gravis, or Lambert-Eaton syndrome, and medications, including botulinum toxins, as these may increase the risk of serious side effects.
Why wait? Ask your doctor, visit BotoxChronicMigraine.com, or call 1-800-44-BOTOX to learn more.
This is WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut.
CBS News Brief. President Trump sent a message to Russian President Vladimir Putin ahead of their one-on-one meeting Friday on Ukraine when asked if there would be consequences if he doesn't cooperate on a ceasefire.
Yes, they will. Yeah.
What will those consequences
There will be
consequences.
Sanctions,
tariffs?
There will be, I don't have to say, there will be very severe consequences.
Flash flood warnings have expired now in parts of Tennessee after flooding left 4 people dead. Correspondent Nicole Valdez is in Chattanooga.
Rescuers, including fire officials, had to use boats to get to people here and get them to safety, evacuating them from their homes.
The National Guard presence is now visible on the streets of Washington, D.C., as CBS's Eleanor Watson reports from the Pentagon on the role of those troops.
What they're allowed to do is actually pretty broad, but what defense officials say their mission is, and this role is strictly to support local and federal law enforcement.
CBS News Brief. I'm Michael Toscano.
WICC 695.9, Connecticut Lottery Voice of Connecticut Local News Update.
State Senator Ryan Fazio is officially launching his campaign for Connecticut governor. The Greenwich Republican announced his bid through a video posted to his social media pages yesterday.
Connecticut is a great state with great people. It's time for leadership that lives up to both. I'm Ryan Fazio, and I'm running for governor because this state is my home, and I refuse to just sit back and watch the decline.
Fazio was first elected to the state Senate in 2021, representing the district that includes the communities of Greenwich, Stamford, and New Canaan. He and Westport First Selectwoman Jen Tooker are the only Republicans who have shared formal plans to seek the office next year. New Britain Mayor Aaron Stewart is also in the mix and has raised more than $300,000 in small contributions to gain an early advantage.
It's another thing when you have a candidate who's running for the right reasons to make a true difference in the state of Connecticut, who has a record of winning.
The GOP is looking to unseat Governor Lamont, who has served 2 terms and has had consistently high poll ratings since the COVID-19 pandemic. The governor has not said whether he will seek re-election, saying he will announce his decision late this summer or early fall.
Maybe it's a time where experience makes a difference. That's not a yes or a no, though. That's a way of saying I'm thinking about it seriously. I'm thinking about it with Susan. I'm thinking about it with Andy Lamont.
Connecticut's community college system is ranked 14th nationally, according to the website Wallet Hub. The survey is based on factors including cost, student-faculty ratio, graduation rates, and postgraduate earnings. Other New England systems in the top 20 are New Hampshire, ranked 9th, and Massachusetts at 19th. The beaches in Bridgeport were closed yesterday due to high levels of bacteria in the water. City leaders announced the closure on social media yesterday. They say the bacteria levels are influenced by the weather, and the city does regular testing. Beaches statewide have faced frequent closures for similar reasons all summer long, and Ansel Aristed from the Department of Energy and Environmental Protection said that the decision to close a swimming area often comes down to 2 factors.
Animal waste and rainfall. That rain isn't able to just soak into the ground. So it sheets off the surface a lot of the times because there's so much of it in such a short period of time. And when it sheets off the surface, well, now it's going to be picking up those contaminants, some of which are going to be the pet waste and the waterfowl waste.
Officials plan to share another announcement once the water is safe for swimming. A Stamford dog shelter is getting a little financial boost from country star Miranda Lambert. The singer's Mutt Nation Foundation has chosen Lucky Dog Refuge as one of this year's grant recipients through the Mutts Across America program. The organization selects one shelter in each state to receive a $5,000 grant every year through the initiative. Lucky Dog Refuge focuses on caring for canines that need medical attention and other immediate support. And Fairfield National 12U's quest for the Little League World Series championship continues with a big win last night over Texas. The 1-0 score was due to a fantastic performance on the mound by Fairfield star pitcher Luca Pellegrini, as well as the pitcher from Texas, Shane Graw.
There's nobody that else we want on the mound besides LP. We have 5 or 6 different qualified pitchers, but when he's on the mound, our defense is settled.
Team manager Brian Palazzolo spoke at the post-game press conference about his pride in his team.
You know, we represent Connecticut. It's special. You know, now we can look a little bit ahead to Hawaii. We're here for a reason. We want to make a statement and push all the way through.
Connecticut will face off against Hawaii this Friday at 7, and the game will be on ESPN. For the Voice of Connecticut, WICC, I'm John Kamal.
Okay, John, right you are. We're sponsored by the Fairfield Law Offices of Eliavson and Tenor. Hey, give your family and yourself the most important gift you can give. That, of course, is peace of mind. Visit ConnecticutElderLaw.com.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now Traffic.
Stop and go on the Connecticut Turnpike from Stratford 30 into the Fairfield Rest area. Not bad until you get to Stamford, and it does slow up just after 9 into exit 6. Stop and go northbound through Greenwich. We've got delays on the Wilbur Cross Parkway southbound. Approaching the West Rock Tunnel, right lane is out. Road work, heavy volume into Shelton on Route 8 South. Fairfield County traffic every 10 minutes on WICC.
Warm and humid through this afternoon. There will be scattered showers and thunderstorms. The high in the upper 80s and a breeze out of the south. Showers or thunderstorms end this evening, clearing after midnight with a low in the upper 60s to near 70. Friday, sunny and warm, less humid with a high in the mid-80s. Saturday, sunny and warm with a high again in the mid-80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Piorek on WICC.
Discover the freedom of the open water with ConnecticutBoatingCertificates.com. Their comprehensive online classes make it easy and convenient for you to earn your Connecticut boating certificate from the comfort of your home. With expert instructors, flexible scheduling, and up-to-date courses, you'll gain the knowledge and skills needed to operate safely and confidently. Embark on your boating adventures today and enjoy the thrill of the waves with confidence. Enroll now and begin your family adventure today.
Who picks Post University? People who pick Post are people who believe in themselves and their potential. Post people want a school that helps them succeed on their terms, on their budget, and on their schedule. They want on-campus activities and online flexibility. Most of all, they want an education that could help prepare them for success in over 50 fields. Because when you're an Eagle, the sky's the limit. Are you a Post person? Find out now at post.edu.
Hey, it's Steve Basso from Steve Basso Plumbing, Heating, and AC again. There's no better time than right now to service or repair that AC system. Even install new or replace your existing system. Did you know high-efficiency ductless systems use up to 50% less electricity? Call us today at 203-335-0224. That's 203-335-0224. On the web at bassophac.com. And remember, everything's better with Basso.
Town Fair Tire is New England's largest volume discount tire dealer with over 100 locations. So we sell Michelin tires for the guaranteed lowest price. Like Michelin tires with all-season capabilities and maximum performance. Plus, Town Fair will give you more free services for life on your Michelin tires for longer tread life and reliable traction in both wet and dry conditions. For the guaranteed lowest price on Michelin tires, nobody beats Town Fair Tire. Nobody!
Name brands at discount prices. Town Fair Tire.
Melissa in the Morning is back on the Voice of Connecticut. WICC 695.9.
Hey there, how are you? 9:38, 22 before 10. We'll get back to open phones to wrap it up. 203-333-9422. 333 WICC. Talk or text. And I didn't know this is a thing. And when I don't know things are things, I go, why is this a thing? Apparently, and I've told you, I've opened my life here on the air in the afternoon. A lot of you folks know that I am divorced, but my son's mom and I, my ex, we remain to this day very good friends. And we split up in a time where social media wasn't really a thing. But apparently it is a thing. And it's a problem with people sharing details of a divorce or a split here on social media? Really? Our next guest talks about that more. Family mediator, attorney in divorce, and co-parenting coach Anthony Diaz. He's known as the peacemaker for his collaborative divorce and co-parenting strategy to put kids first. Anthony Diaz. Anthony, it's Paul at WICC here in Connecticut. How are you? Good morning.
Doing great, and thank you for inviting me to share in this important conversation.
Sharing details about your breakup, your divorces on social media. Anthony, is this really a thing? Does this happen?
This is a thing, and, you know, Paul, with the advent of the internet and social media and the way people communicate, now that's a way for people to air what's going on in their life, and people get divorced, and now that's becoming a thing on social media.
You know, Anthony, I can understand maybe some people wanting the support, you know, the innocent, hey, or thinking of you, or, yeah, it's too bad you're breaking up. If you're, if you need somebody, give me a call. So I can understand people, Anthony, wanting to put something up there saying, hey, I'm going through this, appreciate your help, whatever. But does this descend below that into putting details on there and using social media by one party or the other as a way to get back at someone?
You know, it happens a lot, and sometimes it is to get back at other people and to let other people know how much pain you're in, or maybe to let others know this is what my spouse did. You know, and a lot of times is people just need to vent, and they're not really taking into consideration who's going to read this? Do they have children? Are their kids going to see it? Are their kids' friends going to see it? So there are definitely some unintended consequences when people feel the need to rant on social media.
So, Anthony, when you meet clients in your practice, both co-parenting and divorce, do you come right out and ask them and says, hey, okay, I may want to take your case here. Do you ask them, what did you put, if anything, on social media? Can an angry spouse, be that as it may, we get that they're angry, but can they hurt a court case or a custody case, Anthony, by putting stuff on social media that they just shouldn't?
Well, certainly anything on social media, it's like the old law saying can and will be used against you. And and it could if it's in court. So I definitely want to know what's been shared so I can see, how difficult that case might be. And it also brings up, the benefits of having a quiet divorce. And that's people who want to keep their divorce private. So even though they may have put things on social media, you can keep the court from getting involved and looking at that communication if you use a lot of the out-of-court resources to keep your divorce quiet. Yeah.
So, Anthony, you kind of touched on my next question here. So if the person who filed the divorce or was served the divorce issue, so is there a legal right to say, hey, look at what my soon-to-be ex put on social media here? So as I think you just answered it, can that stuff be introduced in court in a divorce proceeding as testimony?
Well, it's like the old attorney answer. It depends. and the reason why I say that is it really has to be relevant. If it's just, ranting and it has no impact on the case, or if there are children involved, if it has no impact on your ability to co-parent with the other spouse, it's not going to be introduced. Courts really don't care about what people share or don't share. But if it shows that maybe there's some mental issues going on, or maybe we have someone who's so irresponsible, on social media, are they going to be irresponsible raising their children separately? So it depends on the situation, which is why when I speak with my clients, I tell them better to be safe than sorry. Don't post, because we don't know if this case is in court, what the court will introduce, and it could wind up backfiring.
The website, AnthonyDiazLaw.com. That's AnthonyDiazLaw.com. Anthony, you've been practicing for a while here, I see on the information. What have you noticed? Trends, co-parenting trends, good, bad, otherwise? Have you seen maybe a better trend at co-parenting lately, or are things just kind of set in their ways, or are things getting worse? What have you been seeing in your practice?
So what's been a common theme is when folks come to my office and they're looking for a peaceful resolution, there are so many different options to keep it peaceful, including a co-parenting. And there is a lot of options you have when you keep a case out of court to really design an outcome that works for you. And those are the cases where people have good outcomes. And I have these clients and people want to go to court and they don't want a peaceful outcome, they're really opening themselves up to the court making a decision that's not in their best interest or in their children's best interest. So I think people are becoming savvy to the benefits of having a peaceful out-of-court divorce. And I see a lot of spouses are taking advantage of that, and a lot of them come to me, and I'm able to get them the outcomes that they're looking for.
Finally, how often, Anthony, do you either say directly or infer to your clients on one side or the other, hey, I know you're angry, but, I understand you're seething here, but take a breath? Is that part of the battle to get people to, and I know it's tough, to separate the emotion from the legal proceedings?
Oh, it's a great question, and I have this conversation with every client because let's be clear, divorce is emotional, even if it's a peaceful divorce. And it's really important for those going through that to follow a couple of keys. One, to pause before answering any emails or texts. Once you respond, it's out there. You really can't take it back. Think of the long-term consequences, especially if you have children, because what you say now can have an impact, in the future. Are you saying something harmful against the other parent? Is the child going to find out about that? So, and again, using the out-of-court processes that are available to everybody allows people to take a step back and not get caught up in going to court and all the emotion. It really helps quell the feelings that happen, and it also makes it easier for me to guide people through a divorce that has less emotions and more focusing on a peaceful solution.
And check out Anthony's website once again, Anthony Diaz, D-I-A-Z, AnthonyDiazLaw.com. Anthony, thank you for the time. We appreciate it this morning, and continue good luck. Thanks.
I appreciate it, Paul. Thank you.
Appreciate it. There you go. All right. Traffic and weather together right here on the Sixes. Paul and for Melissa. Melissa in the morning on WICC.
WICC Smart MLS Right Now traffic.
Slow ride out of Hamden heading into the West Rock Tunnel. That's right lane road work on the Wilbercross Parkway southbound. Delays on the Parkway in Trumbull. Stop and go on the Connecticut Turnpike exit 30 right to the Fairfield Rest area. And they've set up road work northbound as you head in through Seymour. Right lane is out on Route 8. Fairfield County traffic every 10 minutes on WICC.
Another hot and humid day on the way. There will be scattered showers and thunderstorms through this afternoon with a high in the upper 80s and a breeze out of the south. A few showers or thunderstorms ending this evening, clearing after midnight with a low in the upper 60s to near 70. Friday, sunny and warm, less humid with a high in the mid-80s. Saturday, sunny and warm with a high again in the mid-80s. I'm meteorologist Paul Fiorek on WICC.
Selling your home is a big decision. You deserve someone who truly listens and picks up the phone when you call. I'm Jonathan Carbeauty with Carbeauty Real Estate, and we make real estate simple. Whether you're ready to sell, just exploring your options, or even want a cash offer on your property, call me directly at 203-980-6886. No pressure, just real results.
Sell your home smoothly when you call Carbeauty. Go to CarbeautyRealEstate.com.
You get 2 chances to win millions with Connecticut Lottery's $2 million jackpot and $1 million gold scratch tickets. Enter non-winning tickets for a second chance at millions. Because everyone deserves a second chance. Play $2 million jackpot and $1 million gold scratch tickets today. Overall odds by game: $2 million jackpot, 1 in 3.08. $1 million gold, 1 in 3.19. Second chance odds depend on entries received. Must be 18 or older. Problem gambling helpline, call 888-789-7777.
Ready for a confident new smile? At Downtown Dental, get Invisalign or veneers with the best quality at the lowest price. Missing teeth from decay or an injury? Fix your smile fast with dental implants for just $999 with crowns and dental implants in a day.
I'm so glad I went to Downtown Dental for my implants. My teeth look amazing, and it was painless and affordable.
I smile with confidence because of Downtown Dental.
Offices in Bridgeport, Norwalk, and West Haven. Call Downtown Dental. DowntownDentalCT.com.
At Abriola Parkview Funeral Home in Trumbull, we understand that planning for life's milestones is important. But what about planning for your funeral? While it may be difficult to consider, pre-planning can ease the burden on your loved ones during a challenging time. By planning now, you can ensure that your wishes are honored without leaving emotional or financial strain on your family. Visit Abriola.com to learn more about our compassionate pre-planning services. Plan today for peace of mind tomorrow.
Progressive knows we all crave validation.
Girl, you are not 37.
I would have guessed 27.
You guys are too sweet.
Sure, dewy skin. Terrific.
Is something wrong, Ned?
Why would you ask? Just because today marks my 10th anniversary without a car accident or even a speeding ticket? But somehow, tonight's all about your skincare.
Wow. With Snapshot from Progressive, you can get a personalized rate based on how you drive. And that's all the validation you need. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Snapshot not available in California or from all agents. Surcharge possible for unsafe driving.
You're listening to WICC 695.9, the voice of Connecticut, broadcasting from the Town Fair Tire Studios. Nobody beats Town Fair Tire.
Back to the news and talk. Thanks to Smart MLS. Smart sellers ask, is my home on Smart MLS? The voice of Connecticut. WICC 695.9. It's Melissa in the morning.
Hey, how are you? A couple of minutes left. If you want to stick in here and let me know what's on your mind, 203-333-9422, 333 WICC, 203-333-9422, 333 WICC. Just reading a couple of texts here. All right. All right, got it. Can't really read that one on the air because there's just certain language here. It's a family show, yes. What do we have? Oh, coming up tomorrow, we'll chat with our friend Chris Caruso. In the morning there, we will also talk to an interesting expert. I don't know whether you saw this the other day. The entertainment world, again, is on its ear. Why? Because, and listen, you can love this woman or hate this woman or something in the middle. Frankly, I don't care. There is a new Taylor Swift album coming out. And again, what do we care about that? You have to understand something. This woman, whether you think she's uber talented, whether you think she has no talent, whether you think, glorified bar singer, okay, whatever. There is no more, how should I say this, of people on planet Earth. Hear me out on this. Of people on God's green and brown and blue marble here who are just floating around in the galaxy and the universe. She is probably, when you think about it, easily in the top 10, maybe in the top 5 of people, not just artists, not just in the realm of musicians, comedians, actors, actresses, painters, sculptors in the arts crowd, but you talk about the ability to move and change markets and the ability to influence tens, hundreds of millions of people. I mean, honestly, think about this. So we're going to have an expert about this tomorrow on just her continued societal influence. I'm going to ask you something. Just mull this over. There's no way to really answer this question. There really isn't. But riddle me this, Batman. At the height of his influence, the pinnacle of his influence, did Michael Jackson have as much influence as Taylor Swift does? Now, I know it's tough to measure that because Michael Jackson did what he did without TikTok, without Facebook, without YouTube, without Instagram, without WeChat. You see what I'm saying? For example, at the height of his influence, did Muhammad Ali have as much purvey over the world or influence on the world as Taylor Swift did or does right now? And again, it's an imperfect comparison. Apples to oranges, Paul. Maybe, yeah. But again, I guess she has this new CD or vinyl. Yeah, I guess everything still comes out in vinyl now, which is good. The new Taylor Swift album, The Life of a Showgirl. There you go. All right. 203-333-9422, 333 WICC. I mean, is it out yet? I don't know. But, if and when it comes out and it's streamed or downloaded, it'll crash computer networks. And I know there are other famous entertainers out there. I get it. I know Rihanna's out there. I know Beyonce's out there. I know pit bulls out there. I know Bad Bunnies out there. All that, whatever. These people pale in comparison to the seismic, economic, and otherworldly influence that Taylor Swift has. Now, and I'm not being a fanboy here, I've listened maybe to, I don't know, in my life, honestly, and this is nothing against her. There, I'm looking up. She's on CNN Live. I've listened to maybe 2 Taylor Swift songs. Not 2 songs over and over again, like 2. Like 2, that's it. But what I've learned as I've gotten older is to pull back from the propensity that I think we all have, right? Where we see something that's out of our generation and say, oh, she stinks. Well, no, she doesn't stink. You may not like it, but you've got to appreciate business sense and some artistry. I mean, look, I have a wide taste in music. Now, I don't listen to reggae. I don't listen to opera. I don't listen to bluegrass. I generally don't listen to hip-hop. Now, I'm not one of these guys, get off my lawn guys who are going to say, well, why don't you listen to it, Paul? Well, because it stinks. No, it doesn't stink. There are people who are worldwide artists who make all their money from, reggae, bluegrass, opera, hip-hop. But I've learned over the years not to discount anybody. Like, wow, look at that. They must be pretty good at what they do. Just the way when I meet somebody and I tell them what they do, I would hope they would have, a little bit of respect for me, because nothing's better than, I don't listen to the radio. Oh, thank you. That's. What do you do? I'm a radio talk show host. I don't listen to the radio. Gee, maybe you should have said something like, oh, that's fascinating. I'll have to listen sometimes. Even if you have absolutely no intention of listening to me. All right, so we'll talk to an expert about the continuing cataclysmic, monumental effect that this one woman has on economies, on entertainment, on college curricula. It's fascinating. This is like I said, this is like Elvis Presley, Michael Jackson, Muhammad Ali territory. You may not think so. It is. Trust me. I'm old enough to realize that. All right, thanks everybody for working hard on the show today. Appreciate it, of course. Producer Eric, thank you. John Kamal with news, Paul Bjork with the weather, and Norm with traffic. The world famous, you know where you love her, Lisa Wexler is coming up next. If my door key works tomorrow and my parking space is still there, I'll be back tomorrow once again for Melissa on the award-winning Melissa in the Morning program. Have a wonderful day. 2 hands on the wheel. Chew sufficiently, and we'll see you tomorrow.
I'm Ed Evans, CEO of Consumer Cellular. We're dedicated to serving people 50 and up like me. Our needs are different. Big Wireless wants us in an unlimited plan, but if you're not using all that data, you're probably getting used. At Consumer Cellular, we're focused on affordable, reliable plans, including data that suits your needs, not ours. Our plans start at just $20, and you'll get the best customer service in the business.
Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit consumercellular.com/facts. Plans include $5 credit for auto pay and e-billing. See site for additional facts.
Ever wonder why you have insurance for your car or home, but not your digital life? Meet WebRoot Total Protection, your digital bodyguard that includes antivirus, identity protection, VPN, cloud backup, and more. With plans for individuals and families, WebRoot takes the guessing game out of cybersecurity so you can get back to living your best life online. Go to webroot.com/radio and get 50% off today. That's webroot.com/radio to get 50% off today. Live a better digital life with WebRoot, because peace of mind shouldn't be optional.
WICC Bridgeport, WFOX Southport, WEBE HD2 Westport, WPLR HD2 New Haven, locally owned by Connoisseur Media.
This is CBS News on the Hour, presented by Indeed.com.
I'm Deborah Rodriguez.